Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming to our council meeting, and I would like Marnie to please call the roll.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Here.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Here.
Vice Mayor Don Horton.
Here.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And I would like to ask our brand-new manager to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge of the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Before we start the meeting tonight, I would like everyone to please give a moment of silence for Merrick Dunn, who passed away last night. The families have been in this community a long, long time, and I'm sure everybody was connected to them one way or another, so can we please have a moment of silence in his memory? All right. My heart goes out to the family members. Horrible time of year. Okay, council, additions or deletions. Steve?
No.
Anna?
No.
Deb?
None.
Don?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The only thing I want
Put
to
this
talk...
on record, we have no addition.
Oh, I'm not done. I want to say, give you guys an
Too soon,
update
then.
on the dog park. So I can do that in the mayor council communications. Okay. Ron, do you want to say something about tab 16?
Just briefly, that's the updated personnel manual. We're going to have a presentation by Jamie Terry, our Human Resources Director, and you can take action on that tonight if you choose. There's a part that's more of a directive that we talked about. Excuse me, my first time. I apologize. There's a personnel manual that we're going to have presented by Jamie Terry, our HR Director, that you can take action on tonight. There was a separate part, which was the concern about the complaint procedures that we can deal with at a later meeting. So rather than dealing with the whole thing tonight, we're just going to do the personnel manual, which needs revisions. The part that there was some concern about how to file a complaint against or proceed a complaint against the council or about the manager, we can deal with the next meeting. And we're still working on some language.
John, did you want to say something? You're looking at me like...
Not about that. There's another item, so I'll wait. And, if we're off that, then I can move. There was also a request from Lisa to move tab 7 off of consent and to have that heard during regular resolution. So we can just move that in front of tab 14.
Okay, wait, move 7 to 14?
Yeah, so we can move that at the beginning of resolution, so it's off of consent.
Okay. Okay. All right, moving on. Reports, presentations, and announcements. Lindsay, for the HR, please come on up.
Good evening. For those of you who I haven't met in person yet, my name is Lindsay Babineau, and I'm the Human Resources Assistant. Historically, the village has recognized employees for their years of service with a token of appreciation. However, this has not been done consistently within the last year or more. The employee experience team recommended bringing back this form of appreciation for our employees. Moving forward, we plan to recognize years of service every 6 months at a regularly scheduled council meeting. Tonight's service awards were earned this fiscal year. So tonight we would like to recognize the following 12 employees. For 5 years of service, Philip Todorov, Lieutenant 2 with Fire Rescue, and Cassandra Benavida Serpa, Administrative Assistant to the Sheriff's Department. For 10 years of service, Hattie Jenkins, Senior Staff Accountant, Alexander Hernandez, Roadway Maintenance Staff with Public Works, Susan McLaughlin, Software Administrator, and Erica Oliveira, Lieutenant 2 with Fire Rescue. For 15 years of service, Jose Pachi Valcarcel, Public Works Crew Chief, Jose Eddie Pena, Building Maintenance Staff with Public Works, and Anita Muxo, Planning and Zoning Technician. And last year, for a whopping 25 years of service, Teo Amaro, Founders Park Crew Chief, Terry Abel, our Fire Chief, and Debbie Nazer, Admin Assistant to Fire Rescue. For the employees that are not able to be here in person tonight, I will make sure your department head gets your award to give you at a later date, but we do have several that are here tonight, so if you guys would like to come up and receive your award, and a round of applause for everyone.
Man, Terry, you're old.
Get some just for men or something.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
It is awesome.
It is awesome.
Thank you for your service.
Before we move on to the next subject, I'm not going to steal Don's thunder and let him say happy birthday to some of our staff. Go ahead.
I just happened to notice today is Maria and Annie's birthday today. So both of our Park and Recs folks that work in here is their birthday. So happy birthday to both Annie and to Maria Bajati. I had the good fortune of being able to work with Maria. She's been here a really long time too. And let's see, it's been exactly 20 years, almost to the date that I left the village as the building official. So happy birthday to those two.
He's really old, too.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Peter Frezza, you want to come on up and start the discussion about the boat ramp?
Okay, well, good evening, council. Yes, this is going to be a brief update on the Founders Park boat ramp and some potential alternatives possibly if we wanted to look at additional locations for boat ramps here in the village. Okay, so this idea of an additional or new boat ramp at Founders Park has arisen back again. It's been under discussion for years now. And as far as I know, this has come from a request from the Backcountry Fishing Guides and a need for additional or alternative launching facilities for their businesses. And the proposed new boat ramp, or where we have been discussing for the past couple years now, is in the general area of that yellow triangle on the map. And the reason that area has been proposed is because it is the location of some type of historical launch facility. We could see that in the aerial photographs. So that does give a precedent if we were going to establish a new boat ramp. That's certainly helpful if there already was a ramp in that location for permitting reasons. So we just run through some aerial photos. This is about a year and a half after the yacht harbor and the breakwater were constructed and the dredging was done. You can see in that red circle there, that's the first indication of some type of clearing where boats were launched. And I do have confirmation from people that had launched boats there. So we know it was some type of launching facility. So we'll move along, 1968. Don't know if you can see that, but there was a dock constructed by 1968 in association with the ramp. By 1972, there was obviously still in use, and there was some bulkheading built. And the bulkheading is still there. You can walk through the mangroves and find that old concrete bulkheading. 1975 also shows it still in use with the dock as well. So by 1981, it looks like it's not being as used as often. You can still see some signs of it, but the current boat ramp at Founders Park had been constructed by 1981, so that's probably why this boat ramp ceased to exist after about this time. But regardless, it was in operation there for at least 2 decades. In 1985, there's no signs of it at all. So for at least 2 decades, this was being used as some type of boat ramp. Sorry. Go back one. Okay, so did I skip too far? No, that's right. Okay. So fast forward till today. Obviously, things have changed. We have dense mangroves in the area now, about 40 to 50 feet wall of mangroves. There's 3 species of mangroves here with a fringe of buttonwood as well. I got this next photo from Lisa Watts. She just wanted to point out, or we wanted to point out, this area does flood. The location we are discussing is right behind that the screening there for the canopy. It does flood on king tides. Apparently this was taken during a king tide event, so obviously this is very low-lying elevations here. I took a couple photos, out in the field just to show what it looks like from the water. Obviously it's very shallow water there. You can see the mangroves in the background there. There are some sensitive natural resources. There were some Psittacea or the starlit coral present in that area. And as we move closer to shore, you can see from this photo, it's really shallow water. This was taken at a higher tide. There was about a foot of water up next to these mangroves. 3 species of seagrass present in this area. Shoalgrass and turtlegrass was about 80 to 100% coverage of grass. So we do have dense grass in this area and shallow water now. So I wanted to go back to this slide just to talk about some of the challenges and maybe the realities if we wanted to install a ramp at this location. The first thing I wanted to note is that if you look at, doesn't really show real clearly, I don't know if that's a pointer, it is. The dredged area of the Plantation Yacht Harbor is about right here. By indication, this area is not in the original dredging footprint of the yacht harbor. Even if you looked at those 1960 photos, it shows that there was no dredging there. So if we were to submit permit applications to the Army Corps and the DEP like we would need to, one of the first things they're going to look at is where it is in location to, say, a previously dredged area or a canal. All of our water here in the Keys is under a special regulation known as Outstanding Florida Water, or OFW, due to a number of reasons, but mainly because we're in a national marine sanctuary. However, if you're within a canal or a previously dredged area, you are outside OFW. It appears like this location is within that OFW zone because it had never been dredged. The only dredging allowed in OFW is maintenance dredging. There is a strict rule that there is no dredging or filling in OFW. I met with a representative or an ex-employee from the DEP, this was going back about a year and a half now, in the regulatory division. He felt that this probably was in that OFW zone and that a boat ramp would not get permitted here. I also discussed this with Ryan Matthews, our state lobbyist, and he also agreed that's probably OFW and it likely wouldn't get permitted. However, we wouldn't know, unless we tried. Forward. I just wanted to mention what the impacts would be. We kind of drew a quick sketch, myself and the engineer I was assisting me with this, of what the area might be and the impacts. There absolutely would need to be mangrove excavating, obviously, and then also seagrass dredging through the bay bottom. Kind of in a channel like that, it'd have to be a marked channel, I believe, too. So the mangrove impact is roughly 1,100 square feet, and the seagrass impact is roughly 3,000 square feet. And anytime you impact seagrass or mangroves in Florida, you have to pay mitigation fees. So I'll get to that in a little bit. So I was also asked to just go through some of the pros and cons of constructing a new boat ramp in this location, this historic location. So the pros, obviously, this would help the fishing guides, right? So I think that this is all about, and it would definitely be a benefit to them. If a new ramp were constructed, it may direct that boat traffic away from the current ramp, which could also be a good thing. The cons are a bit lengthy here. Obviously, we have the environmental impacts of the necessary mangrove and seagrass and bay bottom dredging. This likely would complicate and utilize or take up current marina parking, right? We can discuss this more with Lisa, but I believe there are 17 trailer spots here, and obviously the more use of it, the more trailer spots are going to be taken up. And that could lead to reducing the access or water access to residents. If the trailer spots get taken up, nobody else is launching if they want to leave their truck and trailer in the marina. So there could be liability issues with this, of course, too. According to Lisa, this may also require additional marina staffing. This likely could be a potential disruption to the marina residents, living in the liveaboards down there. It could, affect their privacy. That could be an issue too. Something maybe even more important, though, is the infrastructure may not be in place to support, guides working out of here just because of their obvious tendencies to launch early, a lot of times in the dark. There's no lighting in place down there, and there's no bathroom. The bathrooms aren't open, until the park opens, right, at 8. So that's something that may need to be addressed too. The cost associated with this, actually a year and a half ago, we actually even got farther along in this process in which the council requested a proposal from a consultant for the design and permitting of a new boat ramp down here. We have that proposal. It was for $65,000. Mitigation fees to mitigate for the mangrove and seagrass loss, I'm going to estimate that's about $50,000. And we'd be looking at a total project construction probably around $500,000. So maybe a $600,000 to $700,000 project we're looking at here. Okay, so the last thing I wanted to mention is regarding this boat ramp is the rules and regulations of the Yacht Harbor Marina. I know you can't read this, but I'll just read it out. I have one line highlighted in there, and it's actually the only thing in the marina rules and regulations that's in bold. And it's that there are no charter vessels allowed to occupy dockage, storage, space, or conduct business in the marina. So obviously, I think we need to change our rules too. That may not be a big deal, but I just wanted to mention that. Okay, so moving on, alternative locations. I was also asked to have a look at the Blackwood Drive boat ramp, and just bring it up during this conversation. Blackwood Drive is on Upper Matacumby on the bay side. That's the Coral Bay Marina, just to the south of it there. So this is a boat ramp that's operated and maintained by the village. It does have some significant limiting factors, though, for usage by guides. It's not, as it is now, a functioning boat ramp for guide service, and for a few important reasons. It's a very flat ramp. The steepness is not nearly enough to safely or effectively launch skiffs. There's no dockage. There's no hardening. It's just not a suitable place to be working out of. This photo also shows, could be an issue, I don't know, of the liveaboards bringing their dinghies in here. This is a popular spot where the liveaboards out in the big basin and little basin come in and obviously leave their dinghies. And there's also kayaks and canoes being stored there too. So just another photo showing the boat ramp. It is gated. I think we close this on the holidays, but it's open on the weekends from dawn to dusk. So looking at a couple pros and cons of a ramp here on Blackwood Drive, or a new or hardened, improved boat ramp on Blackwood. This is in a great location, right in the heart of Isla Mirada on the bayside. Wonderful spot for guys to be working out of, and it could definitely meet the need of a functional new boat ramp on Upper Matacumby, which we don't have. The cons for this: there's going to be permitting challenges. There is seagrass, so we'd have to mitigate. Much more likely we get permitted to construct a ramp here. I believe we probably could. It would be very minimal dredging. There's already a ramp in place. Excellent precedents to harden and improve this boat ramp. Biggest drawback and limiting factor: there's no trailer parking available right now. So we'd have to either have a land purchase or figure out somewhere where we'd be able to park trucks and trailers in order for this to be functional for guides. There's probably going to be privacy concerns, right? This is right next to a residential home. There are businesses on Blackwood Drive as well. They may not be very, very pleased with us improving this boat ramp. The costs, regardless of a land purchase, this wouldn't be as expensive as a new boat ramp. Obviously, here at Founders Park, we're probably looking in the $350,000 range to improve this ramp. Highlight one more thing with Blackwood, because it has been brought up that, there's an empty lot, right next door to Blackwood Drive, circled in red there. Maybe we could look into a purchase of that property for the trailer storage. That property, Don's shaking his head, that property right now does have a building permit. There's a single-family residential duplex structure being constructed right now. In the photo, you can actually see the foundation right there. So
3 stories high now.
3, okay. So that's obviously not an option anymore for parking, unfortunately. The lot, if you see my pointer here in the bottom left, that is an empty lot where they are storing trailers. I just learned that that's owned by the Coral Bay Marina. Okay, so Just another thought there. So moving on, I was also asked just to mention East Ridge Boat Ramp, briefly as a possible alternative. East Ridge is directly across the street here on the ocean side. This is another boat ramp that's operated and maintained by the village. It is a hardened and functional ramp, could be used for launching skiffs. Problem here is there's no parking. There is not one parking spot in this location. So, unless there was land found for trailer storage or some type of, way we come up with the trailer storage, this is, as of right now, not really suitable for guide operations. I just wanted to put this up there too. I thought we compiled this information. It's a little dated now. It's a little over a year old. But this is the number of marinas within Islamorada and the number of backcountry guides operating out of each one of those marinas. And again, if these numbers have changed, I apologize. It's a little over a year old. There are 4 of these marinas that have boat ramps. The ones with the boat ramps are the Angler House, Lorelei, Three Waters, and Worldwide Sportsman. As of now, I think the only people launching out of those ramps, in terms of the guides, are the ones that are paying some type of fee to those marinas. But anyway, 10 marinas and 143 backcountry guides working out of Islamorada, these 10 marinas. And finally, I'm just going to end with this. A number of the village staff got together and kind of brainstormed and just made a list of all the boat ramps in the village that I'm sure we missed some. If you see any on there, let me know that were missed. But this does include the neighborhoods, resorts, and marinas. 36 boat ramps. So, Islamorada isn't lacking boat ramps. We're just lacking public boat ramps. And, yeah, I'll leave it there. And any questions or open that up for discussion?
Can you repeat which of the marinas had ramps? I wanted to mark them in my book.
Sure. So that's the Safe Harbor, Angler House.
Lorelei.
Yep.
Oh, it does say there.
Three
I'm sorry, I
Waters
missed
Resort and Marina. And then Worldwide Sportsman.
Thank you. Yeah, I saw it after the fact, sorry.
Does anybody on council want to say anything before I open up public comment, which I'm going to do?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, Marnie, I want to open public comment, please.
Okay, we'll start with Richard Black. It looks like he is representing the Florida Keys Fishing Guides Association, so we'll give him 5 minutes.
Richard Black, representing Florida Keys Fishing Guides Association. Thank you for giving me time, Councilman. On behalf of the Florida Keys Fishing Guides Association, with over 120 active members, I respectfully urge the council to support local fishing guides that have long supported and been the backbone of this community. We've been increasingly pushed to the margins of accessibility. Our local fishing guides are losing their boat ramps to privatization, and this trend tends to be growing. This means further cost to us and more lost places for guides to launch and work, if any at all. Now, I know utilizing the existing infrastructure may appear to be in the best interest of residents and the environment. However, I don't think that's in the best case for the Village of Islamorada, marina staff, marina residents, and Islamorada residents. The Guides Association requests that the Village Council find the best way forward for all members of our community and the environment, regardless of the decision you make. The Florida Keys Fishing Guides Association is well aware of the cost of building a boat ramp, specifically for the use of our local guides. But we're not talking about millions of dollars here. Pete even brought it up. We're maybe talking hundreds of thousands, many of which were just estimations. Additionally, there are many grant opportunities available at our access. Some new grant opportunities, the Florida Boating Improvements Program, the Boating Infrastructure Grant Program, are just some to name. On top of that, guides have a great network of anglers and people that are involved in our community. And we have access to much needed private donations that we could easily raise. This would reduce or eliminate any financial burden of this project. A secondary ramp would also take the pressure off the existing ramp and allow current public access to continue without disrupting marina residents or threatening any of their privacy concerns. The Florida Keys Guides Association is well aware of the concerns from the Village of Islamorada staff and residents. You know, marina liability was brought up, and I wanted to remind everyone that all of our guides carry fairly substantial liability policies that cover us and our ramps wherever we launch from. The idea of paying additional staff members isn't really necessary. We're far advanced now in our technology, and there's many ideas to use, like camera systems, key cards, that would not require a manned location or a manned person there. The impact to the bay bottom and the natural shoreline, although in the pictures may seem great, we have to remind ourselves and our community that the Guides Association are some of the best stewards of the sea. We would also possibly recommend a limited boat size that can be launched there. Many of us dry launch our skiffs and bay boats, so the actual skiff and trailer is not submerged in the water, needing only mere inches to launch a boat. In some of the pictures that Pete had shown, I noticed there was very large vessels in the same vicinity as where was recommended that we might have to dredge. How are those vessels getting in and out of that dock as well? Something else to be asked about that location. Last, I just strongly recommend that the village continue to move forward on this project. You know, we've been looking at this for a couple of years, and you know, we're in the right direction. I think the next step moving forward would be to have some sort of environmental impact study done on our location there. I've already reached out to many friends that are in this field and would be happy to help and do a full report that would be needed for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate. Marnie?
Next up is Captain Ted Bedmo.
Hi, before I give my presentation and tell you who I am, I'd just like to make a few comments that Pete mentioned.
Tell us who you are.
I'm sorry, I'm Captain Ted Benbow.
Thank you.
That was it to my presentation. Alameda residence in 1967. I'm a skiff guide business with my son. We currently work out of the Lower Maui Marina and have ever since Hurricane Irma. There's about 30 fishing guides there. And then there's a lot of my colleagues in here that are not from the Lorelei that are here to represent the whole fishing guide community. Last night, I hope that all of you got a chance to read my email so I don't have to repeat a lot of this. As a point to what Pete said, I counted down there tonight, there's 24 trailer spots as I see right now. Just wanted to point that out. Keys to the restroom would solve restroom issues. There's one right here. I know that a lot of guides used to launch out of Indian Key until the I Got Mines got it out of here. There was no bathroom there. I mean, we're fishing guides. There's no bathroom on our skiffs, so we'll figure it out. And there's plenty of parking at the old Irene and George's, or for you young folks, Island Silver and Spice. And actually, for you younger folks, it's been a derelict building there for a long time that now the village owns. But anyway, thank you for your time tonight. And welcome, Ron, you know, another great Keys family coming up here. I hope you read my email. Islamorada, the sport fishing capital of the world when you drive through Tavernier. Sport fishing capital of the world. Where's the boat ramps? Founders Park is the crown jewel of Islamorada. Plantation Yacht Harbor is the city marina, both bought with the same tax dollars of the village residents. I've sat on 3 different stints with the Parks and Recreation Committee, first under Jim Mooney, Mike Forrester, and now Sharon Mahoney. As I mentioned in my email, our little fishing business, mine and my son's, generates about $1 million in heads and beds. I'm not talking about restaurants. I'm not talking about gift short, I'm talking about heads and beds. I don't know what that equates to the village's percentage of that, but last I heard it was 12% bed tax. Out of that, there's 500 trips to 600 trips, depending on any given year, that my website generates. My son Donnie and I each do a couple of hundred, and I pass around for free to a lot of these guys in the back room just to help them feed their family. I hope everyone understands the marina, started charging the $225 for the residents to park their trailers. But that only happened when I brought it up. It was being done for free, and it looked like a mess down there. Surely any fishing guide in town would pay $225 to have a nice boat ramp down there. So this would be a revenue stream for the village. Not to mention our customers, a lot of them would have to pay the $10 to come in here.
Thank you, Donnie. I got to cut you
I'm
off
Ted.
at 3.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
is Donnie here?
I know, I'm sorry. You say
Okay.
one name, it
Oh,
sticks
you
in my
got me
head.
off my roll
What can I
now.
tell you?
Surely they would pay that. They're also, as the charter boats go, they would be willing to pay if they need a space to operate out of. When you guys drive down to Holiday Isle and you look to your left and you see all those spots are empty that we used to see boats and they're like, oh man, great, they're working. They're not working, they're out of business. There's no signs there. So anyway, I wanted to point that out.
3 minutes.
Sorry, I get 5, I was told, because I represent the Guides Association, not the Guides Association, but the Lorelei Fishing Guides.
Oh, that I didn't
Okay.
know, so I apologize. Give them
All
another
right,
minute.
I'll try to wrap it up. Again, Plantation Yacht Harbor, along with Founders Park, was bought with funds from taxpayers. It is our marina, but sometimes I know a lot of the people feel like, because I'm on the Parks Committee, that it isn't being treated that way. It's more of their marina in our park. As I'm told, Founders Park Marina, Plantation Yacht Harbor Marina, has about $8 million in their accounts. There's a jetty that was just replaced that Pete, I believe, got funding for. It was $2 million on a grant. That jetty, great, I'm glad they got it, but that helps those people. So, I'm thinking, okay, $8 million, $2 million, we're given on a grant. We should be able to try and get something done here. Skiff guides need to be on trailers. We can't keep our boats in the water, and I'm sure a lot of people are asking that question. But, they're just not made to sit in the water. A bay boat, maybe, a center console, maybe, but not skiff guides. We'd come back and they'd be underwater. There was a parks meeting, at the last meeting, Caroline Whiteman had instructed village staff to have a subcommittee with me, Richard Black, and another committee member. And I was called the next day and told by Maria that it wasn't under the scope of the Parks and Recreation. I don't agree with that, because when you look at our mission statement, it kind of does say that that is, but okay. But if that's true, then I don't feel like any other committee should be under that scope either. We've all got to be treated equally. And, the ramps would be a great revenue stream for the village, not only through bed tax, but through launch fees. Some of our customers would have to pay the $10 to come in, and that's all I got. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Marnie, is there anyone else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then I'm going to look at the council for your input. Deb, do you want to go first?
No, I don't want to go first.
Why not? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, obviously I agree with everything that was said tonight. I think that there are some solutions to problems that we may encounter along the way. We're seeing a rapid takeover by corporations to these marinas that threaten the livelihood of anybody that's working out of those marinas, because they have the say of who gets to go in and out, if anybody. So some kind of program I would like to see move forward where guides, and mostly in an association, can utilize that ramp safely and with respect.
Okay. Anna?
I'm all for supporting all of these guys, but to me, physically responsibility of spending $700,000 is not right for us to do. So I think maybe some studies between all of them to who is willing to help pay for that, who wants to actually use it and pay a monthly fee for it to offset those costs.
Don?
So I've talked to several of the backcountry guides I know, and one of the, I guess one of the problems is that the ramp that we currently have just doesn't work for backcountry skiffs, and it's difficult to launch them in and out. I think we're lowballing the number if we really have to dredge 3,000 square feet of seagrass. Peter, does that take us to 4-foot depth? Is that why we have to dredge that much?
That's about right.
So that equals about 2,787,091 cubic centimeters. And the last time that I had to permit dredging seagrass or affecting seagrass because of permitting a dock a square centimeter for the mitigation on just the seagrass. And that wasn't the mitigation that they had to do on starter coils, which is a little bit more than, actually it's about $5 square centimeter on starter corals and other corals. So if that actually calculates out that much, then having to dredge that much it doesn't make the old ramp, which did used to be there, functional. But back in those days, they didn't care how deep the water was. Now they're going to force it to go to 4 feet. Maybe looking at how we can revamp that ramp that we have and make it work. Steve, have you launched from that before?
Yeah, that's why I was puzzled. I don't know. I haven't had any trouble launching skiffs from that ramp. Has anybody else in here?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah,
it might
really,
depend on the kind of trailer.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's certainly a possible solution. If people are having trouble, we could revamp that
Yeah.
somehow.
We got to come up with something, and we got to protect these guys. They're the lifeblood of our community. So, I mean, if that's what's going to take, Anna, is a study or a committee or a special committee, I guess maybe that's what it is.
Well, I think you'd have to
Leave
do
it
a benthic survey to start with to see what's out there.
A bathymetric and a benthic survey,
Yes.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Deb, are you ready?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I just didn't want to be first, that's all.
That's okay.
So, we do need to help our guides and our residents as much as we can, and it would be wonderful to have a second ramp. But I see a lot of stop signs in front of that. Financial, environmental, space alone. There's limited parking. It would have to somehow be reconfigured. I don't know how much more that we could get out of parking, because if you're going to launch them, you got to have a place to put the trailer and the truck. Currently, they have 17 spaces that they use, and they use every one of them most every weekend. Not so much through the week, but most every weekend. If we're going to do this to open it, I think Richard Black was correct, is there's a lot new technology compared to the last time we tried this. I get two different stories of what happened last time, of why it went amiss. And it went amiss, so it's over with. But we have a lot of new technology, cameras and pass cards and whatever, to help protect who's using it, and if they've done their share, paying ramp fees or whatever it is. The best I can figure, it's going to be really expensive. The other half is how many of our, I've been told, I'm not a fisherman, everybody knows this, It's not me. I didn't do it. My time's up. That most of the back guides do trailer them and don't, they have marinas that they're working out of. And yeah, the world's changing and some of the marinas are closing their doors to the outside, but a true marina is always going to have some kind of access. The big loss was actually when we lost the one at Indian Key Hill. A lot of the guides used that one. We know. We had all that parking problem. That's part of what was going on down there. I thought of a couple ideas, and I don't know whether or not it would even be feasible to be able to limit it to the appropriate people to help separate it. If there's a fence that could be put in between that dock and the current dock somewhere, and make a different entrance for those captains to be able to get in and out. They want 24-hour access. You got to figure that out somehow, and still protect the people in the marina and what's going on in the park. The park isn't really a 24-hour park. For the amount of money that we pay to put in a new ramp, we can hire a whole lot of help for several years. So maybe the answer is to figure out how to use the existing ramp and put somebody on the gate 24/7 so that we've got better control on who's using it, when they're using it, and what kind of noise they're making, because that was part of the problem. And I've had people suggest that, well, the people in the marina aren't permanent residents, so they don't get to vote. Well, they aren't, but tourism is how we make our living in this town, and without them, that is part of that piece. I don't know whether we go ahead and spend the money and find out how much it would cost to get a permit and to do the Bentric and the, what's the other one? Bathymetric, thank you. I don't know how much that is to find all that out, but I am in support of the guides. I really wish we could find another ramp somewhere that we could use, or refurbish on its own with a lot. But I don't know where that is. This town was never designed that way very well.
Okay. Thank you. That leaves me. I'm the one who started the ramp situation a year and a half ago. Peter knows that, on the last council, and I'm the one who brought it back up again. Mm-hmm. I have been doing my homework. I've reached out to the guides. I'm the only council person who has talked to Lisa, she told me today, to get her feelings on what she wants, and that needs to be taken into consideration.
I talked to her also.
Well, if you did, she didn't tell me that, so whatever. I had also reached out to Ryan Matthews, who has told me different stuff than our Peter has told me. And to look at this, it is very one-sided. One sentence for pros and a whole paragraph of cons. Doesn't make it look too good. Then I asked you to put East Ridge ramp back in there. You didn't put anything about pros and cons for that one, which I'm wondering why. But any ramp in this area, there are people who live in downtown Alamorada who can easily fix a ramp at Blackwood, launch their boat, take their vehicle to their house and walk back. You list neighborhoods in here. Come on, no one's going to launch in my neighborhood. It's a homeowner's park. So when you say we've got all these ramps, we really don't. I talked to Ryan today. He feels I have a 50-50 chance of getting this done. He asked me to do some homework, which I'm going to do with Richard Black. And there's also grants out there. And if, Peter, I'd love it if you'd help me with these grants or apply for them. There's several grants that'll go for fixing these ramps up. Richard also knows someone, which I know too, but Richard better, who will do the studies for us for nothing. So I'm asking the council right now to at least let me keep doing my homework, find that middle of the road, and make everybody happy.
Let's do it.
And it'll be no cost, I won't bring anything back, that'll cost the taxpayers a dime until I have some facts in front of me.
Let's do it.
That's Emmy, she's coming in for her dad. And I think the second ramp is something that we should do. The mitigation, I had people go down today and take some pictures, which I'm sending to Ryan. I also need to get with Ron about the Department of Environmental Protection wants me to do some stuff. So it's not a no. And we can make the ramp where it's a separate entrance for the guides. They have their own key. Like, you know, it's sort of silly. We don't need more staff. And the bathroom thing I was a bit surprised about because I was married to a guide and he never once used a bathroom out there that I know of. It was over the side of the boat. So I'm wanting you guys to approve me moving forward with this and let me come back with some suggestions to help these kids out. God, now I sound old, kids. But to help these guys out, that this is their livelihood. And you have a business that feeds off of tourism. I do and I don't in a way, but we need to keep the people coming down here to fish. And if they have nowhere to launch, we can forget it. So I just want you guys' support to let me keep digging and doing what I do best, sticking my nose in stuff, so.
Yeah, I appreciate your leadership on this, Sharon. I absolutely support that. I think at a minimum, we can get the existing ramp working where we did have a program that was there for many years. And then at a maximum, maybe we can get this other ramp going.
I spoke with Lisa, and she has concern about the existing ramp, but I don't think that they're insurmountable, that we couldn't get over them. I'd like to try to do the existing ramp, and if it fails, then move.
I want Lisa to come up because she told me she wanted to talk. So that's why she's coming up.
All right.
You know, I don't have anything against the guides. I, of course, want the guides to succeed. The only problem I have with the existing ramp is it is right in the middle of the marina. There is huge boats all around it. I'm going to have a hardship renting out those boat slips. Nobody's going to want to be there if 30 guides are launching in the morning. Nobody's going to want to be there. And that's thousands of dollars coming out of the marina money. So, I mean, that's my only concern with that ramp. You know, we've always charged for the trailer lot, always. It's not a new thing. We've always charged it. It just went up to $225, but we've always charged. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. If we can get that ramp, I mean, I would prefer that ramp to go than the main ramp.
I do too.
Only because it's gonna affect the marina. And if I'm not supposed to be making money, somebody please tell me, because I can stop working so hard. I mean, because it will affect. You're going to go past the T-dock, you're going to go past the long dock. I had a 100-footer sitting out there. The last thing he wants is 30 guides going past him in the morning. So that's just the way I feel about it. You guys are going to make your decision, but, you know, I feel as though the marina is an important part. They bring in a lot of money. Not $8 million, but they bring in a lot of money. So, I mean, it is what it is.
So taking her feelings into consideration, can I keep digging?
Yes.
Yes,
I say keep doing the studies, get with all of these guys.
we can work it out.
Is that okay?
Do the studies.
Keep
It's not
going.
costing us anything.
Keep going.
Okay. Deb, are you okay with that?
Not really, but that's okay.
Okay, well, thanks.
And I did talk to Deb after I talked to you, so I
Okay.
didn't lie.
No, I didn't think you wouldn't do that. Thank you for coming up here. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Okay, so Ron, I'll get with you, and Peter, I'll get with you about the grants, and thank you guys for showing up, and I've got your back. I'm going to try to make this work for you, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay. AJ, come to the hot seat.
Good evening. I just wanted to give you guys an update on the progress that we've been making at the Phils. So just recently, we've gone ahead and have removed the asphalt parking areas along the Phils, and By the end of the month, we should complete our portion of that project, which pending, we still have to do sodding around the bike path areas, and then also the striping in those areas. Currently, we will continue our monitoring of the area through the summer and then to the end of the summer. At that point, DOT's project will be a landscaping project, and that'll begin. And part of that project is the landscaping of all of those parking areas, and then continuous all the way down. Let's see. So yeah, the cones and the barriers will remain during that time, up until DOT's project, and then we will start removing those.
And the DOT project is
So it's
spring of '26, is that right?
No, I think the last I checked, so it's currently out to bid right now. The bids
So
will be
it's
due.
fall of '25?
Yes, it'll be the end of the summer, beginning of fall, is when they'll have the notice to proceed. And it'll be a continuous project. It goes all the way from Sea Oats Beach area in Lower Matt, all the way north to the rest stop area, mile marker 81.
Do they have an estimated time of finishing the project? So we're talking about starting the project in the fall, so.
I don't remember specifically what the timing, it will be part of their bid as far as their project timeline, but those bids are due back at the end of the month.
Okay.
Does anybody have anything for AJ?
Do you have any update on, sorry.
It's okay.
Well, you asked. And I didn't. Do you have any update on FDOT, DOT, Fish and Wildlife, the southern end of that where the old boat ramp was, of their intents and actions?
Currently, DEP is working on DEP is working on 2 locations for kayak launching. Both of them are, one is for their Lignum Valley Key State Park and the other one's for Indian Key State Park. So those 2 areas, we did not remove any parking and access, but they are currently working on a project proposed to DOT.
Timeframes?
I do not have a time frame for them now.
Okay.
Deb, are you referring to that one that's kind of just to the north of the previously existing one that was an old ramp on the Phils?
No, I was actually
You know about that
referring
one,
to
right?
the one that was in use that got tore up, that
Okay.
they didn't really want to call a ramp, they wanted to call it a boat launch. Because I didn't think anybody was moving forward with the very old one, the one that the mangroves have taken over. That
Correct.
one. I didn't think anybody was
No, there was
actually
no-
looking
Not
at
cons-
that
that's
one.
not a consideration.
No.
I think the last consideration was in the village's hand. We gave up that lease.
Correct.
Anna, you have anything? Don? AJ, let me ask you a question about, since we're going to oversee it through the summer, how does that affect us overtime-wise?
It's our budgeted overtime. We have that in our current budget for that, and then we've been doing it for 5-6 years now.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay. All right, thank you. Aaron's here from the water company. Where is he? There he is.
Good evening. I'm Aaron Cutler. I'm the project management consultant for the Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority on the Plantation Key Transmission Main replacement project, and I want to give the council just a brief update tonight on where we're at. Put my glasses on here. So if you could turn to the next slide, please. Okay. Thank you, AJ. Okay, so I think last time I was here, I introduced our project team. Obviously, this project is owned by the Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority. I have a counterpart who's the construction engineer on this project, which is Wade Trim. I myself am the project manager. We have a public information officer, which is conceptual communication. And the contractor on this project is the same contractor that we had on Isla Mirada, Windley Key, which is Michael's Pipeline. They're a very good nationwide renowned pipeline contractor. And so we have some other community partners. Let me just make sure I get this right. Okay, whoops, too many. There we go. So some good news. I think this is a timely update because everybody who's been dealing with this, excessive traffic situation for the past couple months, we've just now pretty much, we're wrapping up the final things on the drilling process, but we got through the most difficult part of the project. So we really appreciate the community's patience and the council's support and the village from, when we started in Islamorada. You guys have supported us well, but probably the most difficult part of this project was what we just encountered, and that was because we had to do the Tavernier Crossing drill, which requires a stationary MOT, and do the open cut steel portion at the same time. Okay, so that was a very difficult couple months there, but as of Wednesday of last week, we pulled the HDPE pipe. A lot of you guys witnessed and seen that, so that came through. Currently, right now, they're just wrapping up, getting the pipe put exactly where it needs to go, because the welded pipe that you see in the photo there is going to be connecting to that, and it has to be just so that what's pre-manufactured comes down and everything fits into place properly. So with that being said, they have to test that pipe. So we got about a week, we think. There's some hard rock there where they're moving that into place, and it's taking a little bit more time than anticipated. But we're targeting that hopefully by this time next week, there's no travel impacts in that section from mile marker 90 going up to the other side of the Tavernier Creek Bridge. And it'll be quite some time, which I'll show on my map here in a second, before the rolling, the steel pipe gets to that location. So we're going to have a good relief period based on what we've been dealing with. So right now, just some of the updates we have for the pipe that's been installed. There's 34,000 feet of transmission main pipe on this project, and we've got just under 8,000. If you count the HDPE, we've got just under 8,000 feet of pipe in the ground. And as you know, it's a 24-hour-a-day operation. These guys are working really hard out there. They've got, they started in February, and they've got just over, about 23% of the pipe already installed, which is a really good thing. And we have some ways to even advance the project further as we progress that we're going to look into. But currently the crews are working at the south end of the project. They're going to continue working from south to north. We're basically right out in front of Founders Park with the steel pipe. That operation usually moves forward about 1,000 feet at a time. You'll see the MOT move a little bit basically every week. It's always our goal to get from 1,000 to 1,500 feet a week. And they've been pretty good at doing that from the onset when we started way back at T-Table. We do expect the traffic flows to flow more easily. The school's letting out. The volume of traffic in the Keys right now, especially Easter weekend and what we were dealing with was a lot. And just so you guys know, though, there was planning in place for this. I mean, they're restricted with how much lane impacts they can do through DOT. And part of that is there's blackout dates. So the contractor had to find a 3-month period within that 2-year span of when they would have the least amount of impact. Because once that MOT and once that drill started, it couldn't stop or you'll lose your hole. So they had to start that process and go for that 3 months. And that's part of the time frame when they wanted to do it in February and finish in June. We had that 3 to 4 month span, and that was the only time. Every other time of the year, we have blackout dates for lobster season, mini season, boat races, Fantasy Fest, all that stuff DOT puts on the calendar, and you basically can't have a lane impact. So that's why it was done now. But we are on the other side of it, and basically. Next, they're going to be flushing and demobilizing and getting that stuff out of it. A lot of the drill equipment has already been gone, and I'm just trying to read that bottom one. So they're saying May 15th is our target, but I think we're going to beat that. Just like the drill. I mean, we were planning for 3 to 4 months. We finished it in 2 months. So we still think by the middle of next week, I think we're going to have the lane fully opened up. So this is our kind of our key map that we're going off of, and we try to update this monthly. So every time you guys invite me back here, I'll have this updated and color coordinated for you guys. But basically, in that where we're at now, we started just north of Snake Creek Bridge, and that first green section that you see there, that's the steel pipe that's being installed. And we're basically right at the point right there by Founders Park. So the crews are going to continue working at that. Like I mentioned before, that's a 24-hour-a-day operation. But what you may see is part of the operations, the way we did Windley and Alamorada, during the night they would trench ahead and they would backfill, and then they would coat the pipe for the next day. And then during the day they would lay the pipe. But the traffic situation has been so bad, and we're so sensitive to that we basically flipped that around. So at night, we put in the pipe, and that's the best time where we can bring in rock and materials, because if you try to bring in rock and materials during the day right now, we're going to have to flag traffic and stop, and it's going to cause nightmares. So we're accommodating the traffic situation as much as possible and doing the trenching and the light, moving in and out of the zone type of work during the day. And it's going to stay like that until we see that, things have started to clear up and we can switch today. So we'll be hopefully around mile marker 88, probably sometime this fall around October. We'll continue through that. The goal is that we hit with the rolling MOT, that we hit the orange area near mile marker 89.5, that we hit that around May of next year. So if we hit that just right, we can get that best window of when school's out to come back through there with the rolling MOT. So that's kind of what we're tracking now. Now, if we really get into a groove, we can advance the project. Right now, we're restricted a little bit, but with the amount of pipe we can get from the amount of raw steel they need to produce this pipe, if we do get to a point where we get a backlog and we get enough pipe, we may send another crew up to that red zone area north of Tavernier Bridge and put that section up to Julep Road in place, where we would essentially have two segments working, but we were sensitive to the traffic, and we wouldn't do that unless the traffic situation calmed down. So the big yellow segment that you see there, that's what basically just went in for the Tavernier Creek crossing. And you can kind of see the geometry. That's what made the MOT so difficult, because we had to be out in the lanes in order to cross that crossing. So let me move forward here. So the MOT moves in 1,000-foot increments. I explained the night situation. Keep in mind, it's 35 miles per hour through the work zones. You'll see that through this rolling MOT, just like in Windley and Alamorada, you can move pretty quick through there. The traffic really doesn't stop as long as we're not flagging or stopping people, and the light situation without that stationary MOT in place, this thing will start moving like we did on the previous phases. And we really, I can't say it enough, appreciate everybody's patience, the community especially, and the council, and all the support from the village. So always, we meet ahead with, there's a lot of communities that we're running up into, and we're setting up separate meetings with them to make sure with those community associations, they understand what the traffic control is going to be right in front of the community. We're working with every school. We're actually working with the Montessori school even to get their access in and out, making sure the kids can cross over here to Founders Park. So we've just really taken a hands-on approach with the community and the public to make sure we can all get through this. And there's a QR code here that you can scan if you want any updates or to get on the mailing list. There's several numbers and emails if you need support or after-hour support. We have dedicated social media pages that you can follow at FKAA Water. And there's also information updates right here at the frequently asked questions page there for Plantation Key. And with that, I think that's it. So if there's any questions from the council.
Anybody have anything?
I have one. I assume from what you were saying that Memorial Day weekend is also a blackout period, and
yeah, believe it or not, FDOT didn't set that, but that's it. I don't know why, but FKAA, it's a observed holiday for them, so they're already said no work, so that there will not be any work on Memorial Day
weekend.
Yeah, the weekend all the way through basically from that Friday up until they'll probably set, because it's a 24-hour, they'll probably set at midnight on Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Monday night, Tuesday morning.
Exactly.
Whichever way.
You got it.
Okay.
However you look at it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Steve.
So I've just received a few complaints about people that live on Woods Avenue or across from the high school, and they're not, say, driving to the high school because of the traffic situation, which then makes it a Frogger situation to walk across, because the only time that crossing is being monitored is when school is in and there's a crossing guard that's physically hitting that button. Is that outside of the realm of possibility to have a pedestrian crosswalk there?
Yeah, we addressed that situation specific to Woods, and we met with the schools and law enforcement. And the way that we manage that is the rest of the lights, like Ocean and Rural Ponciana, those areas, the lights were being adjusted so that you could keep north-southbound flowing the longest. But during the school drop-off and pickup times, there's supposed to be a crossing guard at Woods that light gets manned based on crossing so that children can cross at that Woods intersection. So that has been going on for the duration, but what we've also done is every one of these intersections, I think we've deployed right now 3 Monroe County Sheriff Office vehicles that our project is just paying for to make sure there's visual police presence at key points like at the Ocean intersection, the Royal Ponciana, as well as when we're at the way station. And those are going out like from 2 to 6 every day. And the main thing that's been effective for is part of the traffic situation is people that are going the old highway route and trying to cut back in or being aggressive to cut back in. That was causing a lot of problems and even some accidents. So we put the law enforcement out there, and we're going to keep them there for the time being. We're going to kind of see how it goes once we get the stationary MOT fully opened up. And if we feel we still need some enforcement, we're in constant communication with law enforcement, and we'll do that. But making sure that intersection at Woods, to answer your question, that is supposed to be during those school pickup drop-off times, there's supposed to be a crossing guard there.
Yeah, but outside of those times, there's no way to get across to change that light.
No, and I think that's part of the just controlling the north-south bound. They didn't want to impede that outside of those times to keep traffic flowing.
There has been one there in the afternoons and evenings.
Oh,
yeah?
Yeah. Like a
From the 2 to 6, there has been a sheriff's office sitting there because I personally have, in the afternoons, been riding my bike back to work and riding my bike home. And he makes sure that the traffic is stopped and I can cross right there at Woods.
Good. All right.
They've been roving too. I'm glad you brought that up because we told them in general, but as needed, they rove between those intersections. So, yeah.
Don, do you have anything?
No, I think it was pretty cool watching them do that Tavernier Creek
Drill.
crossing. I watched the whole thing at Papa Joe's too. When is the one at Snake Creek going to happen?
So they're in permit. I think the last I heard from FKA is that, it took a little bit of time to get the Army Corps permit. And there was some issues with that bridge project that's coming up. So they actually had to change the design on that. I heard October of this year is when it's supposed to go to bid. They're also trying to time, with this traffic situation. The good thing about that one, though, there's enough room, just like the T-Table and the Well Harbor, so we won't impact traffic when those go.
So is that going to take place on the Ocean side of the highway or the Bay side of the highway?
It'll be on the Bay side.
On the Bay side?
Yes,
so
sir.
they'll be in front of Isla Marine and then
Yes, sir.
Snake Creek?
Yes, sir. And we found, on our Plantation Key project, we found a group of utilities there just on the north side of Snake Creek that changed a little bit on the design, so we've already updated the Snake Creek, and the engineer that's working on that, we've given him the information we've learned on our Plantation Key project, so he's implementing those changes just so we get in the right spot and all that goes smooth. So
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Well, I greatly appreciate what you guys are doing, and yeah, people call and complain, but we have to have water.
Yes, ma'am.
And it has to be done, so I appreciate you guys work fast, you're polite, I have no issue, and I greatly appreciate you keeping us updated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Will you take any public comment on that? Just a couple of quick comments?
You guys okay with that? Oh, well, yeah, go ahead, let them. Joe, what do you want to say? Come on up. You want to ask some question?
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. Thank you very much. The issue that I want to address, my wife is a school teacher. She leaves school, not when the kids do. And the other day it took her over 30 minutes to get home. I live in the colony. She tried to come out at Woods Ave and cross, and the policeman would not let her and sent her south. So she had to go a mile before she could come out on US 1 and then fight that traffic all the way back. I also know some people that live like on B Street and all, took them over 30 minutes just to get to Winn-Dixie. Isn't there something you can do that, you know, residents that live in the colony or live there, can we show them that we live there and have the police give us permission to come out? Yeah. That would be very helpful to those who work in that area. Thank you.
Aaron, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the concern, and it's something we've had to deal with from the beginning of the project. And I think just if you can look at the big picture, the difficult part of that is the more people that come in through Old Highway and into the north-southbound, it slows it down for everybody else. So the more they allow, if you look at the bigger picture, the slower everything is going to be. So they've tried to take the hardline approach on that just to make the most benefit for everybody. But there's times, and I hear you, where there's either a fender bender or a construction situation where, I mean, I've heard times way longer than that even. So we're very sensitive to it. We understand. The good news is that we're about a week away from opening that up. So hopefully whatever you guys have dealt with, and we understand that we're almost out of it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Okay. All righty. Public comment, something that doesn't have to do with the agenda. Marnie?
Okay, first up, we have Sandy Williams.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Sandy Williams. I live on Lower Matacumbe in Port Antigua, and I am the turtle lady. I monitor what was Sea Oats Beach and now the beach down in front of the houses for nesting sea turtles. Unfortunately, last week, the village gave a permit to some people to build a rock wall that is this high. I have a picture if anybody wants to see it. So they could fill in their lot and supposedly build a house because they paid $1 million for what is a garage. The turtles can't get up on the beach, which is their goal, I suppose. But I've talked with DEP, I've talked with FWC, I've talked with the Corps of Engineers, and they all say that it's absolutely wrong what was done, and that it was done under the guise of, well, this isn't going. These 3 houses are not going to be a turtle beach anymore. That's just not legal. And it's going to take a while for these people to move forward and get this done. But it would be wonderful if in the meantime the council just decided that this permit was issued erroneously and have this rock wall taken back out. It's been concreted in, taken back out so the turtles that are already starting to nest and come up on the beach have access to their historical nesting platform.
Jennifer, do you want to address this, please?
Sure, I can speak to that. So the permit was not issued erroneously. The property is not mapped as a Turtle Beach, so on our Turtle Beach map, so it was issued correctly. They did concrete in the rock wall, which is not allowed. Daniel did go out there, and they are removing that concrete currently. So they are taking care of that. But it is not a Turtle Beach.
Well, FWC, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
FWC, DEP, myself, everyone else knows it is a turtle beach because we have documentation going back years of turtles nesting there.
How can we get an updated Turtle Beach design, or whatever you would
It's
call
on
it?
our website. The map on our website is current and correct.
Is it, so, I'm confused then, so.
It's not correct according to anybody but the village.
Can we look into that, Ron? Oh,
We already are. I was out there last week for the Sea Oats Beach cleanup, and we spoke, and then I followed up with staff, and they are taking out the concrete wall, which is definitely not supposed to be there, and we're going to be talking with the state and figuring out
Please
if it
do.
actually is a turtle nesting beach or not.
please do.
Since it's an active, in our estimation, it's an active turtle nesting beach, how are they going to manage to take out the concrete without disturbing the turtles?
Yeah, I don't know how you would do that, but if it's not supposed to be there, it has to be taken down. And so, I don't know, we have no choice but to take it down. I'm sort
Has
of-
anyone at the village been in contact with FWC, DEP,
That's-
Corps of Engineers?
That's what I just asked him to please look into it and let me know. So Ron, you'll do that, correct? Okay.
Okay, thank you for your consideration.
No,
The
thank
turtles
you.
appreciate it.
I know they do. Thank you. Appreciate that. Marnie?
Next up is Joe Wishmeyer.
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. Mayor and Council, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our new village manager. This would be a great time for all of us to bring unity and transparency to our government and residents of our divided community. We desperately need someone to bring our community back together. I believe Mr. Saunders can do this given the opportunity. Our previous manager started a weekly newsletter to help keep the public informed and involved, which has been very helpful. I hope that this will continue. Your commitment to reunite this community and get more public input by addressing issues that have been put off time and time again is very refreshing. Suggesting a town hall meeting about a village-owned property, as stated in your newsletter, is a great idea. I would hope that you will hold general town hall meetings to give the public a chance to give you ideas and opinions that we're unable to do at regular council meetings. What a great way to get the community back involved and together again. Important hot topics to get more community input would be like the new comp plan and LDRs. We did have one successful meeting so far, but we need more. Wastewater. Haven't heard a thing about the wastewater and going to Key Largo since Rob Cole resigned. The Phils, which we started talking about tonight, going on forever, just to name a few. Speaking about the Phils, since our lease with FDOT has expired, why are we still paying all these employees overtime to babysit the Phils? Every weekend, multiple vehicles and employees are present. This last Sunday, I observed 3 vehicles at the Phils. One more on Lower Matacumbe picking up trash along US 1. First of all, trash pickup should be done during the week and not an overtime schedule. Second, I don't know what authority the employees have at the Phils, as there were at least 2 cars illegally parked. This is a waste of our hard-earned taxpayer dollars for property the village does not even own. You could do the same thing if you have to with just one and actually have them drive up and down. Regarding the baseball field, I attended a very successful workshop with school board representatives, and we were assured that there would be more to keep the public informed. That never happened, and then this plan came up that was completely unacceptable. Thank you for addressing this issue tonight. Lastly, I would like to thank Mr. Horton for his due diligence in addressing the major issue at Legoland, Sun Community. I also would like to congratulate the fire department on a very successful barbecue. The food and the live music were great, and I'm glad to see how many people attended.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Marnie?
Next, excuse me, next is Diane Harbaugh.
Hi, Council. My name's Diane Harbaugh. I live in Alamorada. Just have a couple quick things to say. One of them is congratulations, Ron, and congratulations to you guys for doing it unanimously. That was very good. And then when we move things on the agenda at these meetings, like we did this earlier today, we said like number 7 is going to come off consent and go on to one of the other agenda places. The things that we have over here are A to Z, not 1 to 3. So we don't know what 7 is. So if you could help us when you do that, you guys have a whole big book of agenda. We have 3 pages, thank God. And if you could help us with that when you do move something and give us that ABC number, it would really help. And I don't stay for these meetings very often. I'm going to stay a little bit tonight. But I do watch from home, so y'all know I'm watching.
Thanks, Diane. Marnie? Did you want to say something, John?
I was just going to let everybody know it's Roman numeral 9B was what was moved. B as in boy.
Everybody got that? Got it. Marnie?
Next up is Barry Ray.
Greetings, Barry Ray, Village of Isla Morada. Ron, happy to see you here, buddy. That's good to see. So we're a small town, and Sharon, thank you for the moment of silence. Hard to hear that this morning. I heard Rick Ramsey describing it on the radio. I came to announce another child that we lost 5 years ago. We have Pascal's Way 5K this weekend on Saturday at Treasure Village. Kind of a mess with all the construction going on, but it's a small race. But we encourage everybody, if they can make it, and they want to come walk, run, or just donate. You can donate at Run Sign Up. I'm going to leave a few flyers here on the table for folks. It's actually a fundraiser that goes from May 1st to May 31st, so you can do it virtually any time of the month or just donate. And all the money goes to either high school scholarships or to support science programs at our grade schools here. So it all goes right back into the community. And again, it's tough to find out we lost another child. So on another note, I think there are some solutions for the boat ramps. I'm happy to hear you guys are working on that. Don, I'm happy to hear you're working on whatever it is they got away with over there. That is just ridiculous, and we all feel the same way. And if I can help in any way, please give me a call. I definitely think I have some ideas on the boat ramp solution, Sharon, so maybe we ought to talk outside of here. All right. Thank you all. Again, welcome, Ron. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marnie?
Next up is Roland Moore.
Wow, there's been so much said tonight. I don't know where to start, but I just have a comment to thank the Village Council for the members in helping with iCare. And we had the most fantastic Sunday out on Founders Park. My son came up to Peter Fraser and introduced himself, and Peter said he knew me. But in any event, my son won third place prize for picking up 1,000 pounds of garbage, which was just amazing. But what we found out was that this was just a small amount of the huge amount. And by the way, with all due respect, the pickup included Founders, the fill. So there were a whole group of kids, and I call them kids, that were out on the fill, and we picked up a tremendous amount of trash which was brought here. And so again, I want to thank everyone in the village that was involved in this, because we need more of this. It's just amazing. Where I live down on the infamous Sunset Beach, I go out there and clean up trash practically every day. So I want to, again, thank everyone here with the council for supporting what we did with iCare and Founders Park. Thank you.
Thanks, Roland. Marnie?
Next up is Captain Ed Davison, and he will have 5 minutes.
For the record, I am Captain Ed Davidson, Florida Keys Citizens Coalition Chair, long-established 501c3. Also a four-year elected former county school board member. I want to congratulate our new village manager, Ron Saunders, because I have witnessed many of his noteworthy accomplishments during his long previous public service career, and expect him to effectively address many lingering problems in this community. But that can only be accomplished by a frank assessment of the true nature and origin of some of our lingering problems, especially when that is previously a matter of public record, things that have been said, whether people are taking them back now. There has been a second, deliberate, and run around the citizenry of Islamorada by some members of the school board, and Facilities Director Pat LaFeur's large baseball stadium and artificial turf field construction crusade. They signed the first $5 million design-build contract on the 14th of November 2023 after 2 years of contractor negotiations without originally consulting the Islamorada Village Council or the taxpayer owners of the Founders Family Nature Park. At which meeting, now Chair, then former board member Mindy Kahn stated on the record that the board should demand, quote, right to use first and foremost, unquote, expanded over 12 months. Director LaFleur agreed with that proposed demand, and despite being strongly criticized on camera by members Andy Griffiths and John Dick for keeping Islamoradians in the dark, he has done it again in orchestrating the issue of a second RFQ and the subsequent signing of a second $5 million design-build contract. Not a design contract, a design-build contract on 11 February 2005. Without the citizenry or full village council of Islamorada having been briefed or consulted once again. By the way, the second $5 million contract was approved on the consent agenda with no discussion and no public comment. Later in the prior 14 August 23 meeting, Director LaFleur repeated board member Mindy Kahn's intent to demand 12-month exclusive school system multi-sports use of these expanded facilities and new stadium, including the intent to fence it off and lock it up all year. This is a blatant, publicly stated, on-camera intent to essentially commandeer a significant portion of our family nature park, which they do not own. And by the way, the original permit they once had was 23 years old and has expired. Few citizens are aware that the very limited baseball use permit the school system did once have before they let it lapse granted usage for only 2:30 in the afternoon to sunset, Monday through Friday, specifically, quote, with no weekend use required, unquote, 19 weeks, January through May, the other 8 months being 100% belonging to the taxpayers of Islamorada. This is the permit, and that's exactly what it says. The primary purpose of the large twin tower pedestrian bridge formerly proposed across US 1 at the Founders Park entrance was to facilitate commercial entertainment and large attendance events. So surely once a large new stadium is constructed, such an intrusive bridge concept will likely be resurrected, fostering further commercialization of our family park, lots of expanded parking, and more frequent fun, miles-long traffic jams. Here's the bridge. Remember? The first occasion when Director LaFleur finally did come to Islamorada to deliver a public briefing on the ball field expansion, he agreed with then temporary manager Kimberly that his presentation would not be televised or Zoomed, and only the people that made it to this room got any new information at all. The rest of the population is still pretty much as much in the dark as they were. The most interesting note, and this is the notice, it says public comment should be submitted by 9 a.m. Public comment will be sent to staff members for consideration prior to the meeting. That doesn't sound like constitutional First Amendment participation in government. That sounds like keeping the public in the dark on purpose. Now, people are changing their stories now, and I expect Ron will make them behave themselves a great deal more. But that's what they intended to do, and they said it in public, and they said it on camera.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Marnie?
There's no one else signed up, ma'am.
Okay, public comment is now closed. Okay. All right, let's move on to the Citizen Advisory Committee reports and appointments. Marnie?
First up, we have our appointments to village committees. I distributed prior to the meeting a straw poll kind of ballot for you all to select the folks that you would like to choose to serve on each committee. Whether they're a new applicant is noted here, how many years they have served is noted, and we would like to begin the staggering this time. So that's going to take the council deciding how to implement that. So that is a column here. So I'm hoping that all of you can go through and make your selections as far as each committee. There are a few folks that are not expiring until 2026, and on your so-called ballots, they are indicated in pink. So those folks are not expiring this time. There are, because of particular requirements of the LPA, there are 2 folks who have termed out, and in order to be reappointed, do require a supermajority vote, that is 4/5 of the council. Other than that, it will be it'll be a simple majority for the rest of the appointments. I am open to suggestions on how you would like to tabulate the votes. As always, we have a space for your name, so if you use these, you do need to indicate your name so they will become public record. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Do you want us to do this now, or do you want to bring it back Thursday with how we voted?
That is up to you.
Well, that's up to everybody, but I mean, I don't know if you want to take time now to do it, or do we want to bring it home and bring it back on Thursday and put all their names in a straw hat and figure out which ones get the 2 years and which one get the 1 year? That would be the only fair way to do it, really. That's what I think. Anybody got anything?
Why not do where the ones that are already serving and we want to continue to serve, let them be the 1-year term since they've already been on these committees, and let the new people have the 2-year, and then I would start the
But it's not going to
staggered.
be even numbers. You're going to have, some of them are
It-
going to be more than the new ones coming on. You know what I mean? Does that
Yeah,
make
but
sense?
some of them don't come off.
Anybody
And-
else got anything?
And while we're
I
at
would have
it,
said just the opposite of that, is let the 2-year people help educate the new people and leave them for 2 years. So, whatever.
also while we're at it, I think that we should make this more, go for clarity and consistency and do it so that all the committees have the same rules.
Yes.
Whereas, like LPA,
They shouldn't be special.
no. That way you're not, it's
I
not
agree.
confusing, no matter what committee you're looking at. It's the same across the board.
Unified, yeah.
Yes.
I agree.
All decisions are made in May.
Yep.
2-year terms.
Don, do you have anything rattling around up there?
Are you also suggesting that that all of the committees have the same terms as the LPA, that they serve 2-year terms and then can be renewed, and
Yep.
they term out at 4 years except for a supermajority?
Yeah.
I think
I
that-
would suggest that we do away with the supermajority, and if we want them on there, that they can stay on. They just need the majority vote.
I'm good with that. I think,
Don't make it any more complicated
I think
than
it should
is.
be unified 100%.
I do too.
And I don't think the LPA should be different.
And speaking of unification, I think in the ordinance, we need to match what the code says for HPC.
Yeah.
Aren't you thorough?
I am.
Steve,
Which-
do you-
Well, then-
Don't you worry.
Which HPC says.
Ordinance
for
says 5
people,
and the code
or-
says 7.
Then
So I
maybe
think that
That's
we
been
need to correct
corrected.
that.
That was there was a subsequent ordinance that amended it to make it 7,
Right.
so.
But in the one, when we were talking the other day.
Yeah, that was, it should have been updated in Civic Clerk, but, so the
Right.
code
The one that
is
we
the correct
got
one.
said
Yeah,
5.
the code is the correct one. It was, the
Yeah.
ordinance was what revised, but did-
Somebody actually raised their
Yes,
hand?
ma'am.
Thank you. Don, you raised your hand. That's so
I did.
considerate.
All right, so why don't maybe we could do this. Maybe we can take our first stab at it, see where we're at, and move on to the next part of the agenda while this first thing's being tallied.
Yeah.
That's
Let them
where we-
tally while we keep
that's-
going.
I
See where we're at.
Yeah,
So we don't
Steve,
sit
have you
and
had a
wait
chance?
for it to be tallied, we just move on to the next agenda item.
So
and
you want
work
to
on
take a couple minutes now and mark?
Especially you have a lot of these people here that are.
So do you want to put the point with the question mark where we put an X on there? Is that what that's for?
You can do it however you like it. That was kind of the idea is, would you like to appoint these people? Put a check mark or an X, something to indicate yes or no.
So are we putting our recommendations for first and second year, or are we only doing the appointment at this point?
Say that again?
There's 2 columns to fill out.
I would
One's
say
the
let's-
appointment and one's for first and second, or
I say we
2
leave the
years.
first and second year blank
Open,
and figure out a way
figure
to
out
do it
that
fair.
when we find out
Yes, put them
who's-
in a hat and just draw for the first year. That would
Probably.
be fair, okay?
Probably.
So go ahead and everybody,
Okay, so we're going to need a couple minutes.
yeah, okay.
And is it everybody, if there's vacancies, then you could appoint all of them?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
if
the
you
idea?
want to, yeah.
One more question, Marnie. As I was arriving, I found 2 emails. Those additional people are on these sheets, right?
That is correct. Those people have been added.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need one more. So on the Parks and Recs, it says 10, and there's 10 who are already on it, correct?
There were 11, but one requested to be
So it
off.
says up to 10, so you're just
You
going to
can
pick
either-
10.
You can pick those 10, or you can knock somebody off.
Okay, Marnie, are you going to collect these, or we pass them down, or throw them in front?
Just a reminder, please make sure your name is on it for public records purposes.
So John Quick goes on here?
If you aren't voting on the count.
Okay, thank you. I say we put their name in a hat and then do...
Whatever, I don't care.
Yeah, me too.
You must have did this before.
I'm just smart.
I did, but I didn't have the sheets.
I know,
I had
me
it all
neither.
done and thought, oh. The two additions kind of threw a kink in it.
What did I do?
So the people in red are not up for, they don't expire till 2026. So it's the blue people and the green people you gotta pick from.
But you only need
Well,
four.
aren't they already
in those
on there?
cases.
Though, if they're not,
But they're not up for appointment. It's the people in blue and green that you're picking from. So you have to pick three more out of the blue and green.
well, that still gives me 7. 1, 2, 3.
You just don't count them then.
What is the difference if they're already on? 1, 2, and I
Oh, I see
appoint
what
4
you're saying.
more.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'm wrong. Sorry.
Jeez. Oh, here. I'm thinking, well, what does it mean?
I'm sorry. I just looked quickly and I was like,
Sharon made a boo-boo. No, she didn't.
Force of 4.
Wow. Could have taken a break. I could have. I know. I didn't think it would take everybody so long.
I need a stamp. I'm glad I did my homework.
Okay, we got it here.
Huh? I know. He takes this pretty seriously, doesn't he?
Well, while we're doing this, tab, what is it, tab 16? No, I'll get it right. I'll get the right tab number. No, tab 18 refers to the committees. Do we want to discuss that while we're talking committees or not?
Yeah, I can address,
We already did.
I can address Councilwoman.
We already talked about it.
We can make any modifications.
We talked about it, but we didn't vote on it or anything, so.
One, two.
Oh, I thought we didn't have to fill that column.
Oh, we don't?
out.
Okay.
No.
Are you watching me?
Yes, I am. Somebody's got to keep an eye on you, right?
Somebody does, yeah.
I didn't see Carla out there.
And then I can check all these. Okay, sorry, I'm sorry.
Did you send
Oh
your
my
name on all of
God.
them? Okay, we're back. Where's Steve?
I would have, should have taken, I wish I would have had these, I'd have taken them home.
Well, that's what I suggested, and you guys wanted to do it now.
We can start. I got to get somewhere. Don't look.
I won't.
All right, do we wait on Steve? Yeah, so we just go ahead and let Diana Harbaugh to come up. Diane, your nearshore water report, please.
Okay. I'll fight them all.
Hi, Council. Diane Harbaugh, back again. I'm the chairperson for the Nearshore Water Advisory Committee, and I just wanted to update you on what we've been up to. And
Can you be quiet in the room, whoever's talking, please? Okay, go ahead, Diane, sorry.
No worries, thank you. The committee received input from a resident on Woods Avenue about vessels running in the shallow areas in San Pedro Lake, which is right behind the elementary school. And it's very shallow back in there. The local reported signage in the area is submerged. So the committee is going to verify it, what and where the signage is. Since this report was put, we don't find where the village put signage there, but we're still digging into it. We're also going to talk about the feasibility down the road of a no motor zone possibly in that area. So that's what's going on there. Captain Quintero updated us on the arrival of the new sheriff's boat, which I've personally been on. It's very, very nice. It needs a few items, but will be ready for the busy season. So in the next couple of weeks, I saw they splashed it the other day, so they're getting ready. She assured us that there will have more deputies on the water during the busy holiday weekends. So they're really trying to do what they can there. We had a robust discussion about a holistic management for Islamorada's nearshore waters and open to new ideas and how we can do the whole village instead of a piece by piece. Exploratory conversation took place, including building on the village current idle-only 300 feet from shore ordinance and the feasibility to include no anchoring in those areas. The committee will be exploring the use of aerial imagery and bathymetric composition resources to identify problem areas and more strategies on how to make a whole plan come together. If you haven't noticed, there are bird stakes now out across from Papa Joe's. That's done through DEP, and that's the state owns that area there. So they're on that flat near Papa Joe's, hopefully keeping people from running off Papa Joe's straight down the power lines. Lignum Vitae State Park is also working on permitting for buoys and permanent signs in that area. So they are really taking a good approach to try to protect those flats right there. The village is working with Lignum Vitae on other regulatory agencies to make Stark's Wheel Ditch behind Robbie's a slow speed minimum wake area. And Sharon was at our meeting, and I thank you for coming very much, and we really appreciate you being there. We're trying to make that Stark's Wheel Ditch so it is slow speed idle only. The committee would like to reiterate our position on the boat ramp at Founders Park from August 15th in 2023 as follows. After some discussion of possible alternatives to creating a new boat ramp at Founders Park, the Nearshore Water Committee unanimously passed a motion to reinstate the old program for guides with access to the existing boat ramp from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. for no more than 10 guides at market rate. We believe that this would be the most cost-effective and environmentally responsible option to protect working waterfront for the guide community in Islamorada. This would be a great starting point and could be implemented fairly quickly and could also give you a baseline of how that all really does work if we use the current ramp. So that's our recommendation. And there's one more thing that didn't make it in your packet, and I'm sorry for that, and that's my fault. We were getting some help from staff, and so it didn't quite make it in there. But charters operating out of residential neighborhoods seem to be happening at increasing numbers. Ron said that he would look into that. Him and Alyssa have done so. And what we have found out is, in response to our conversation regarding charter operations out of residential homes, I wanted to point out that the village does have a home occupation code which would typically govern this activity. However, on July 21st, or on July 2021, the state of Florida preempted home rule in regards to home occupations with House Bill 403. The basic gist is that it prohibits municipalities from enacting or enforcing any ordinance, regulation, or policy or otherwise regulating any home-based business. Therefore, there is no action that can be taken by Village Code Department regarding home occupations. There is noise ordinances, parking complaints, and other things that can be addressed by the village, but to actually say you can't run a charter out of your home is not enforceable by the village. So that was the most recent update on that. And that does conclude my report. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Anybody have questions for Diane? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. All righty, moving along. Mayor Council Communication. I have just two things on there. Paul Minning, he told me his name's like Winning, but it's Minning because everybody calls him the wrong name, has 11 days left to vote for the name you like best for Mangrove Mike of the dog park. So go to the village website and place your vote. He is working to get the name picked, and the committee who he has will get it a nice bronze put up. He's dealt with Maria where to put it. So we should have that in June. Okay? I also want to encourage everybody, where is Stephanie? Can I announce she's our PIO officer? Raise your hand. Stephanie has worked really hard on, we now have a village newsletter. And Stephanie doesn't want to bombard anybody on just to send it to your personal email. She wants you to say, I want it. So I'm sure Stephanie tonight would be glad to take anybody's email address who would like to read. Oh, there's a sign-up sheet. Please do that. The first newsletter was wonderful. I greatly enjoyed it. You did a good job. And any input anybody has, we want to make it really good. So sign up, okay? All right.
Good job, Stephanie.
I like Don's profile. That was good.
I do too. All right.
Those people at home, you can email Stephanie. I'm sure she'll be happy to take your email.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Good job. Okay. Village attorney, village manager communication. I believe Ron?
Showtime. Trying to address a few issues in my first 2 weeks. I got a lot of input from the public, which I appreciated. Been out to a lot of community organizations, different events. I've been accessible by phone and email. One issue that came up pretty often was the issue of village-owned property. And there wasn't really a list, and so I asked Jennifer in planning, and she said you have to go to finance, and thanks to our finance director and our staff, we came up with a list, which is in your tab 4. A lot more properties than I anticipated, number one. Number two, surprisingly, the Village of Almirada owns property in Big Pine Key, Key Largo, and Little Torch Key. Now, our assumption is that most of these were mitigation lots, are not buildable, but we're looking back into how we acquired them, and so we anticipate that they're not buildable at all. So I talked twice, including today, with Cynthia Guerra, who is the executive director of the Monroe County Land Authority, because they own property in Almirada. And so we're looking to a possibility of maybe doing a swap where we'll give them the lots outside of village limits. We get the ones inside. Once again, probably no value, probably not buildable, but it makes us clean up our list and their list, and we're going to look at that. So we're going to probably I've suggested having a town hall meeting where we can have these lists available to the public. And if people have ideas of what they think might go on there, would be helpful to the council to hear the input. Jennifer will help us tell what kind of uses, because unfortunately, many of the uses people are suggesting are not permitted. And so we're going to try to get the ball rolling, though, because they've been sitting on our asset records for years, and nobody really knows what to do. Now, in addition to the ones not buildable, we also have some high-profile properties, including the Island Community Church, the Silver and Spice property, the Machado property. What we're trying to do is, the initial list didn't have the names in them, and it was hard to tell what we're talking about. So I've asked Callie with finance to come in, and so we're trying to put the common names by them so people can identify which properties we're looking at. And so once again, a lot of people have suggestions, particularly on the high-profile properties, but we're kind of limited by code, et cetera. And also the Able City East group are looking at the comprehensive land use plan. They will be incorporating some of these into that plan. So once again, no action tonight. This is just, and I'm going to bring it up every meeting from now on. Until we know what we're doing with these properties, I think the public needs to know, what our plans are, if any, but also to try to clean it up as far as that goes. We have some outstanding lots, for example, that were given to us in mitigation. Previous councils agreed there would be conservation easements on them. They were never executed. And so I'm working with the Isaac Walton League to try to get those in the favor of Isaac Walton. Just because they were given that way, we're not going to use them. We might as well make it official. So we're working with them on that. So any other questions on the properties? But once again, my intention would be to bring it up every meeting, every month from now on until we have a better direction as far as what we're doing with the village properties.
Okay. Anybody have anything for Ron?
No, I just have one more suggestion, is that if these could be put on a color-located map of some sort to make it easy to, some of these addresses don't mean anything to me. And I'm talking about the ones within the village, not the ones on Big Pine or Little Torch, just the stuff that's us.
And once again, I think it'll be helpful when we get the method they were acquired, Because some of them will be very obvious, we can't do anything. Some of them, for example, may have been acquired with affordable housing money, so it's obviously something that may be intended for housing, but we may or may not want to do it. So we're trying to look into the legalities of what we can and can't do with Jennifer's assistance.
Okay, anybody else? No? Thank you, Ron. I believe you have the also famous ball field.
Once again, community input, a lot of questions about the baseball field. I've talked to all 5 Monroe County School Board members individually. I know all 5 very well, and we wanted to get a couple things straight from the beginning. One is that we all know that the village owns the ball field. So obviously we're a partner. They've all committed that they will not make any decisions, 0 decisions without our input, and we will make that clear. I've talked to, in addition to the school members, Pat LaFear, who was mentioned earlier. He's the director of operations. He's kind of leading the charge of the school board. I've talked to him, I think 3 times, including today, just to make sure that I have the latest information. A couple things I personally said was I don't want to see any trees removed, particularly because some of them were actually mitigation trees for the original building of the park. And I know it would create a lot of issues in the community if we started taking out, if the school board took out some trees. He's agreed that that's not in the plan, if there is a plan, but if there is a tree removed, it's going to be a problem, probably. Secondly, we discussed about the joint use issue, that we own the property, we want joint use of it. That'll be in a written agreement. There's not going to be any misunderstandings. We're going to know exactly how much the school board wants, how much we want. They can't keep us off our own field. So those are the 2 things that were kind of agreed to with the school board members, but Mr. LaFear works for them, and so I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. And thirdly, that nothing happens, no official action happens at the school board without our, not agreement yet, but our input. Obviously, it has to come to us. It's going to be an interlocal agreement, which we're going to have to sign. So in the end, we'll have to agree. But in the beginning, I want to be involved, unlike maybe in the past, from the beginning. So no discussions, no agreements, no proposals will come out without us having input at the beginning as opposed to the middle or the end. The final thing, and I'll bring it up, grass versus artificial turf. I've gotten a lot of input on that from both sides, and I've recommended, everyone that has an issue with that, go to the school board. They're going to have the meetings before we do, and if you have your biologists, your physicians, whatever arguments you have, take it to them. They're the ones paying for it, number one. In the end, we also have an obligation there too, but that's a battle that's going to take a lot of hours, and I'd rather have you spend your time on more productive things. But in any event, once again, I'm reminding the public, please go to the school board meetings. They'll be noticed. If they don't notice, then they'll be in our newsletter. As you mentioned, we're doing a weekly newsletter. I'm trying to hit all these issues every week, and some of these we're going to talk every week. I asked Aqueduct, for example, tonight to come. I want them here every meeting to give us progress updates on the pipeline and traffic. I asked AJ to give us an update on the fills. I'm going to ask him every meeting, every month, to come give us updates. Because even if the update is that nothing's happening, that's an update. If something is happening, then I want the public to hear it first here, that they know what's going on. And once again, every week we'll have a newsletter. If anybody in the public has any questions, they can either contact me directly or put it in their own newsletters, but we will try to respond as best as possible. And that's my discussion on the baseball field. And that was it. Any questions from council?
There's a lot of rumors going around about the baseball field, but this is a park that belongs to the people. It's not a mini Coral Shores High School. That's all I'm going to say for now. So you just know that we're going to make sure we are fully informed and know everything that's happening, where I don't think anything will slide by us. So I appreciate it. Anybody else? Nope.
No, thank you, Ron.
Okay, so now is it Stephanie who gets to talk about the lights? There's our PIO officer.
Hi, Council. What you have in front of you is a discussion item for a proposal for holiday lights. As you all know, the lease ended this past holiday season with Holidayscapes, which was our previous vendor. I've been in communication with Sheila while she was interim, trying to get a new proposal from them at a reduced cost from the previous proposal. So what you have in front of you is a $59,000 proposal for a 3-year lease. It also takes into consideration some of the areas that you all had previously mentioned as areas of interest for holiday lights, including the sign at Founders Park, as well as, I think we took it out actually, as well as the entrance to the village. So that's all for you all to discuss. That way we can go back to the vendor and kind of get a finalized contract going for June.
Council, anybody have anything?
Yes, please, sorry.
That's okay.
I apologize. I did not get my phone call made to you. Can you basically describe where the two groups of trees are? The one's 10,000 and the other one's almost 12,000?
Yeah, I understand the proposal can be a little confusing to read. It took me a second. So the 11 large mahogany and buttonwood trees would be at the entrance to the park before you hit the circle. Those 13 trees are if we want to add 2 additional trees in that same area. So it's not 13 additional trees, it's just the 2 extra at that added cost.
So it's in the main drive coming in? It's
Correct.
not across the front?
Correct.
See, I thought we were talking 24 trees.
No, it's just the 11.
And when
in the
I
middle.
added that money up, I thought that came to $59,000 if I add both of those figures in. So that's why I'm questioning. Maybe I misadded. I could have. Anyway, my suggestion would be, I love the look of the trees. It's very expensive to wrap the trees. It's almost $1,000 a tree. I think it would be nice if we could figure out how to run them across the frontage road between the chamber and the administrative building on
Okay.
those trees instead.
Instead
Or
of the ones on the drive in.
maybe, it depends on how, that's why I wanted to know where this was, and I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Okay. The other thing that, and I don't know how much it is because there's not an actual breakdown on this building that we're in and the one next door. We had a total of 8 60-inch reeves on it. I think that is a lot. If we could reduce that to, I don't know, 3 or 4. And I don't know how you do that using the appropriate posts. I had a thought or two. But just to help pull the money down a little bit more.
Okay.
Where have we in the past put these cute little guys that we take pictures?
I
don't
believe they
remember
were by
seeing
the stage, but I could be wrong.
all 3 of them?
Yeah, it's kind of intended to be one set piece that you take a picture with together as a unit as far.
There's one.
It's 3 pieces, but it comes like as a set.
Oh, I thought it was 3 that looked like that.
No.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
They were on the beach.
Oh, thank you for the
They were out on the
clarification.
beach? Okay. If it's one piece, it's irrelevant. If it's only one piece. I thought it was 3 pieces.
Weren't they
that
by the
we
Bath
could-
House?
Yes, that's what Judy's saying.
Yeah, okay. With some of the savings on some of the other stuff, if everybody agrees, I don't know whether or not we have electric. It might be nice to light 2 or 3 trees at the entrance with the cute little soldier guys at the entrance to the village.
Okay.
I don't want to spend any more money. Trying to pull it down a little bit more. Those would be some of my thoughts. If we could get it down to 50,000, it'd be good.
Well, I don't know why we just don't go with the 3-year lease and do it at the 53.
Still
I'm good with how it is.
53.
Steve, excuse me, Steve?
Is there a time frame for this? It says to January 2nd. When do they go up? When do they come
They would
down?
go up at some point in December. I'm not exactly sure on the date, or it could even be November. I could double check with the vendor and let you know. I'm not exactly sure. I know it's after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, because I like to see lights up longer, like let them go
Last year they were up
in
almost 2
February or
months.
something. But I guess I'm kind of outside of the box on this in terms of I would love to see this money go toward our students in our schools. I'd love to put it out to our teachers locally to see if we can get students to come up with some decorations and do some of these things. Community could rally around it. And it might be some kind of annual contest we could do.
I had suggested that for South Winds Park. that we let the schools decorate Southwind
Mm-hmm.
with,
Mhm.
you know, maybe a tree decorating competition for the classes. I had suggested that, so we could put the paid ones here and maybe do the community ones at our other parks that we have. So that is something I had already thought of.
Is the Southwinds, is that the Islamorada?
It's across from
It's the one
Mangroves.
from, across from Sunset.
Yeah, across from Sunset.
It's the one that they used to light with palm trees. There's like 11
Yeah.
palm trees in there.
Is that a community-owned
Hotel used
park?
to be.
We own it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we own that.
So
Yeah,
that's
we
why
own
I
it.
said maybe we should take that park and we could have somebody donate Christmas trees to each class. They're not that expensive. And let the class each decorate their own tree and have somebody judge it. And that way, that park would be decorated and it would be a community thing. That was my thoughts. I don't know how everybody else feels about that, but.
I'm good with that. I'm good with the 3-year contract.
Yeah.
We're saving,
Yeah,
I am too.
me too.
we're saving, what?
Almost
About
$50,000.
$18,000.
Yeah, it's been knocked down from Henry and it's
Yeah,
Christmas
it's-
lights
we-
on every
we-
tree.
from
We've
last
cut
year.
this almost
Can-
in half,
I know.
and a 3-year
Can
contract
somebody,
cuts us more,
can you
so.
run a
Right.
tape real quick and tell me if both of those lighting figures was in that 59?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can you run a tape, can somebody run a tape on this money real quick and find out if both of these, because I added the 10,000 for the 11 trees and the almost 12,000 for the 13 trees and thought I came up with 59
You probably
with the
did.
other stuff.
Oh, yeah, you probably did.
Yeah.
But if we do a 3-year
It's
lease, we
53.
save
It's
18,000.
53.
But she's saying that it's not 11 trees
Yeah.
and 13
Oh, I
trees.
got
She says it's 11 or 13 trees. So it's even less than that if we take a choice.
And the soldiers, Deb, are not in front of Founder's Park, they're in Tavernier.
I said that.
Oh, I thought you said they were at Founder's.
No, 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 I
Soldiers
said
in
at the
Tavernier.
entrance to the village.
Okay.
So we're saving, that would be saved $2,000 if we didn't do 13 trees, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If,
Can we,
wait a minute.
how does everybody
I
else
see
feel?
it,
so
we
can
might
do
be
that?
saving,
If you do 11, it's 99, right?
I think this figure includes both of these. That's what I asked you to run a tape real quick.
I say we go for 3 years.
Deb, I
Yeah.
think you're correct.
And
I'm
we'll
running
do
the
that
numbers
11.
again, so I apologize for misspeaking earlier.
So that it is a total of 24 trees that we're wrapping with the money on this
Ron,
paper.
did you want to say something? If you can get a word in?
Yeah, I think there's more input than we expected, so if you like, maybe we can defer this till Thursday and make it, because we're not really making decisions on it anyway, we're just bringing it before you for discussion, but it seems like the discussion's getting a little bit
Well,
micro.
let's see how many want to leave it as is and how many want to continue this. Can we do that? Steve, what do you want to do? Continue it or vote now?
We can continue it.
Anna?
I'd rather just vote now.
Don?
I'm right now.
And Deb?
Continue.
No, and I'm the one who's going to break this. I'd love to see. I just assume move on, so.
I just wanted clarification on, I guess, the pieces that were selected as well, because the Hurricane Monument, I know there was discussion on the ornament and having some sort of photo op piece, so there was some type of conversation this last cycle about the ornament not being the sturdiest option there, so we opted to do the big present instead, so if you all had feedback on that.
I like the ornament.
I like the ornament.
I like the
Okay.
ornament that we had last year.
So do I.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
something that I can go back to the vendor and talk to them about. But otherwise, I mean, if you all are amenable to the rest of the things, I can come back with a quote in June with everything else and trying to keep to the same price point
Do.
with the changes that we just
Okay,
talked about.
so if we're wrapping 24 trees,
50,067.
are they all on the main drive here? Is that it? That figure says that we're wrapping 24 trees.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I think I got outvoted, so.
And a timeframe too, like when they're going up, when they're coming down.
I can clarify that for you as well.
Thanks.
Most of these companies have to know way in advance because of where they're getting the lights from and.
Right.
And
And that's part of
who they have to do and the time frame it takes to do them.
That's part of the urgency with having this conversation. I was also informed that because of the tariffs that are looming, that some of these costs might go up in the near future. So it's better to kind of have everything solidified now so that we can move forward.
I'll make a motion to approve the contract at the 3-year lease.
Marty, you want to?
Wait, it wouldn't, we're seeking we're seeking
Direction.
direction
Yes.
to bring back, because the contract in the form that they proposed, it would not be the one that the village would sign.
So it's a thumbs up then? Thing?
Yeah, and it would be, we would bring back an agreement under
got it.
under the terms that you all are
So right
comfortable
now,
with.
it's 3-2, so.
Bring it back.
So we bring back an agreement for your approval in the June meeting.
Fine.
Yes,
Yes.
do it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
John, consent agenda?
Yep, we are into the consent portion of the agenda. These items are routine nature, and council members have reviewed these items in advance and sought the advice of the staff as they felt necessary. There'll be one vote on the consent items, and and I wasn't sensitive to the fact that the public did not have our tabs, so I will make sure to read both. And if I do forget, just whisper in my ear. I apologize in advance if I do. Tonight, the consent agenda are items Roman numeral 9A and C through H, which in the tabs are 6 and 8 through 13. If anybody would like to pull an item from consent, he or she should state so now.
I have an item to pull. Wait a minute. It was on my notes somewhere. I would like to pull tab 12 for a very, very short conversation.
Yeah, we can move that to, so 7 was pulled, so we'll put 7 first and then 12 after that, and then
That's
we'll get
fine.
into the regular scheduled resolutions.
That's fine.
So tab
So you-
12.
You need a motion?
And
Yes.
for the public, tab 12 is Roman numeral 9,
Just a
G as in
discussion? We don't-
Gary.
If we're just going to have a discussion, we don't need to vote on it. We'll
On the
have-
consent agenda.
You pulled it, right? So we're just going to have a discussion on it.
I wasn't talking about mine, I was talking about the whole agenda.
Oh, okay.
You needed a vote yet.
Yes, well, if everybody's done polling, anybody want to pull anything? Okay, so,
Okay, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the 2 items pulled.
and do I have a second?
Second.
Marnie, would you please call the roll?
Wait, public comment on.
Yes, we do
No,
have
forget
a
about them.
public commenter on Zoom.
Forget about them.
Okay, Alexis J.
That's okay.
I'm giving you permission to speak. Go ahead, you've got 3 minutes.
Hi there, this is Alexis. I'm at 117 La Sarah. We actually had somebody physically there that was gonna speak first, and I was actually gonna jump after him. Is that possible?
I
Unless,
don't have anyone else signed up to speak for this item.
This
Oh,
gentleman.
sorry. I wanted 14. I'll wait. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to get missed like last time.
Marnie, can this gentleman who's here go ahead and speak, and then we'll listen to the woman on the,
Of course.
okay. Your name, come on up, sir.
What tab are you speaking on?
Tab 14.
That's not on consent, so.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is
Oh,
I think
okay, I
what
thought
you
it
want to
was
talk about
consent.
is not on the consent agenda, but it will be one of the
It's a
next
tab.
items we do is
You're here for the assessment, that's not on this.
So, do I get to speak or no?
Not yet.
When the tab comes up.
When the tab comes.
Yes, sir.
Perfectly
We'll throw
fine.
you back
That'd
up
be the
again.
best time.
I
That'd
thought
be
you were
perfectly
speaking
fine.
about
Yes.
the
I'll wait
consent
patiently.
agenda.
Have you
No
filled
worries.
out, did you fill out a card?
Yes.
Okay, so the clerk will call you when we're at that item.
Okay, so
And
let's,
Alexis, I'll add you to that conversation as well, so I remember to call
Thank
your
you,
name
Dawn.
for that.
okay, so Marnie, I guess we're going to call the roll. We have a first and a second on the consent agenda? Correct?
Okay, let me find my place here. Okay, Councilmember Deb Gillis,
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton,
Yes.
and Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Okay, we are on to tab 7, which is Roman numeral 9, where am I, sorry, B as in boy. It's a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, amending the village's adopted budget for fiscal year 2024 to 25 and providing an effective date.
Hello, Lisa.
Good evening. Okay, so this will be our first budget amendment for the year. And it's not a lot going on yet because we're all within our budget limits mostly. Just wanted to go through that. Vince, I just need the clicker. Okay, is it the little, you gotta show me. And I got a comment? Okay, gotcha. Okay, so up on the screen, I have the budget amendment up there. It was also listed online, so everybody should be able to see that. So what we're doing, the budget was approved on September 17th, 2024, and what we normally do, we have a budget amendment anytime you're going to go outside of the adopted budget. So mostly this time, what we're doing, especially in the general fund, is mostly revenues that we've received, which are very hard to budget for. You just kind of have to put a number out there, but we're over budget on a lot of those, which is a good thing. So mostly I'll just go through here, and if y'all have any questions, feel free to stop me if there's anything you want to ask about. What I'll do first is just go through general fund. We had some overages there. So this is through March 31st, by the way. So that would be a 6-month period. So mostly in here we have revenues. The first, let's see, licenses and permits. There's listed there. There's $500 for other permits, fees, and special assessments. Vacation rental permit fees, we had more than what we budgeted for. And then BPAS, we had some on that. We didn't budget for any of those. Foreclosure registration fee. So those are pretty simple. The next page on charges for services, we had park facilities rental fees over, we only budgeted $30,000. We already have $35,000, which is great. Pool team rental fee. I think Maria probably budgets low on that. She's not ever sure how many are going to come and rent the pool. She budgeted $15,000. We got $31,000, which is great. And then on the fitness instruction, all her programs are excellent out there, and they do really well. They budgeted $25,000 already. They've gotten $26,000, so they're really ahead. I mean, that's for the fact that they've already, exceeded their budget, and we're only halfway through the year. That's really great. And then our interest revenue was pretty good too, $192,000 there. Let's see, and then we have let me click one more page. Get there. Okay, we had some opioid settlement money, which is something that they applied for, I think, before the previous village manager that was here, and it's something throughout the state that we get. We got $6,500, so Terry will be able to spend that money just on certain things, educating the public, maybe the schools and that kind of thing. There's just certain things you can use that for. So that is the revenue. And on to the expenditures. If you can see those there, I'll just briefly go through that. Let's see. Just a couple of items that we were over budget on already. And really, they're not over budget in those actual departments. What happens is we just, move line items around. So, that does happen from time to time, and my main thing is they're not over budget. That's what we're looking at. So those are just basically line item things that we're moving around. Do y'all have any questions on that?
Anybody? No? No? No?
They're pretty simple. Let's see. Going on through, let's see. So that's the general fund. I can flip through those real quick if y'all want to see those numbers, but is it going? Is it working? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, just going through the general fund. Those are just simple things that we're, a couple of items. Well, there we go. All right, just simple line item things that we're just moving around. Let's see. I want to get to the... Okay, so then we go to the impact fee fund. An additional $124,000 was needed from fund balance for the fire and rescue impact fees in order to build the fire storage building. So that's probably the biggest one that we have. We're going to have to move some of the money from impact fee funds for that. And then solid waste, we've got, that's just interest revenue. Let's see, let's go to the next one. Solid waste was interest revenue received, so, that's a good thing. Let's see what else. Building fund. That was 110,000. Transportation fund didn't have any changes. Affordable housing had no changes. And that's building fund, so 110,000 in revenues extra that we got. That's all that is. Nothing in debt service. Yeah.
I had a question on your impact fee funds.
Okay, sure.
If I could.
Yeah.
So do you keep track of how they mature? Because if we, on the impact fees, if we collect the fees and they're not used in, what, 4 years, then people can get asked to get their impact fees that they paid back, right?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that, to be honest.
Okay. John, do you know?
I remember 5 years, but
Is it 4 years or 5 years, isn't it?
I believe there's a limitation. I'll have to look and see. I can confer with Lisa and we can
Okay.
confirm.
Yeah,
And
we'll
do you
do that.
somehow keep
Yeah.
track of how those mature when that happens? Is there a way to do that?
We can do that, sure.
Yeah.
I can probably check with Maria, too, to see if she had some sort of way that she was keeping track of it before. As far as I know, the only concern I would have, I think we would spend those in a 4-year time.
Well, I've heard
frame.
Peter say before, we got it, we need to spend it, but I just.
Yeah. And I don't think, I don't think that we've had a problem in the past with spending those, but for instance, fire rescue, they're a little more restricted because we can only use those, I think, for like fire hydrants for new. Correct me if I'm wrong, Terry, for new.
Well, there's no worry. If Terry has
Terry
it,
will
he
spend
spends
it.
it. So,
Yeah. You don't really have to worry about
Sorry,
it.
T.
But yeah, so,
But the money we spend should be the first in is the first out, and so the stuff that was
Yes,
put in there
absolutely.
today.
Yes.
It just didn't be
Right.
nice to see how it
Yeah.
matures.
right. I don't think that we'd have any trouble spending that in 4
Okay.
years, to be
I don't
honest.
think it's ever really been tracked.
We've got plenty of things to do. Okay, is that all you had, Don?
Yes, ma'am,
Was
thank
it?
you.
Okay, sure. All right, let's see. We're back to debt service. There's nothing in debt service. Pretty simple. And then in capital projects, I'll move on to that one. Okay, there, just interest, the revenue in there, we had some miscellaneous revenue there. I believe that was for we got a donation of a Ford Taurus from Maroon County Sheriff's Office for that. And then, let's see, and then there was a couple things. We had a City View upgrade. We had to change for that, which is on the next page. Yeah, for the planning department, we upgraded our City View, so that cost a little bit more than what we thought, but we can move money around in there as well. And then fire rescue, that's where I brought in the money for the storage buildings. We're having to build those. We bought some generators for hurricane, which is a great idea to have those on hand because, you're scrambling at hurricane season time to try to get generators, and then you got to pay an exorbitant amount to rent them, if you can even get them. So that was good planning on their part. And FEMA's requiring us to build storage buildings for those generators, so that's what we're in the process of doing now. And those ended up costing a little bit more than what we thought, so that's where we're transferring that money in. Let's see. And then, let's see. All there. And then the solar lighting project, that's kind of deceiving there because we really didn't overspend on the budget there. That just shows the adopted budget, but it actually, last year we also had a budgeted amount for that, and I don't think we spent it all, so we're really not over budget on that. It just carried into this year. Let's see, Marina didn't have anything, I don't think. Nope. Let's see. And then on wastewater, that's just for, I think there's just miscellaneous revenue there. And then a little bit of overtime. I think that's probably on the, let's see, on the fills. And again, we can just move items around on there. We're not over budget. Same thing in there. And the generator storage building, we had to move money for that one for the, one is the fire rescue, and one is the public works wastewater generators. So those are the ones that we're budgeting for that. And that's all there. Interest revenue for stormwater fund is all we're adding, and that's it. So pretty simple. It's pretty easy at the beginning of the year.
Anybody have anything?
Anybody questions?
Anything?
No?
Nope.
Okay.
Looks like
Thank you very
we're in
much.
good
You're
shape.
welcome. Okay. Did you, John, was number 12 next?
Yes, number
Okay,
12.
I've got that one too.
You
What-
wanna
But
vote?
we still need public comment and
Okay.
vote on this, so.
All right.
Any public comment, Marnie?
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer?
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. I'm certainly glad that you pulled this item. I don't know why it was on the consent agenda because it certainly deserves some discussion and for the public to know what's going on. Because the numbers that I actually looked on the 2024 to 2025 Islamorada budget shows an excess of 1.3 million, but the deficit is like 4.6 million, which to me, that means that we're actually operating in a deficit this year, and I can't remember when we've ever done that because we've always had a lot more money in our general fund to cover any expenses that may come up. It looked like the biggest one, I couldn't read the chart that she had up there, but it's like almost $2.6 million just in the wastewater that we're over, which I can believe. So I guess the questions that I have on that are if we're going to be making a lot of major changes on a budget, when we make a budget at home, we have to stick to it. If we need to change it around, I think maybe you should at least set a dollar amount and it should have to come before the council so that the public is informed where you're taking money from to where you put it to. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Marnie, anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead, Ron.
I just want to make a point that I asked for it to be removed from the consent calendar because I want to have more transparency for the budget. As you see, the budget is very complicated. Everybody thinks it's a very simple thing, and we want to have more transparency. I would like to have maybe a town hall meeting before the statutorily required public meetings on the budget, because I think the more the public understands the budget, the more we can answer these questions. So in the future, I've asked Lisa to not have items on consent calendar, or consent agenda for budget items, because I think it deserves to have some discussion, and then people will feel more comfortable. You've heard some questions. We'll address those questions that were raised tonight. They may not be accurate, but we'll make sure that whatever's accurate is out there. So going forward, I don't like to have consent items for the budget.
Okay. So, public comment, anybody else for this one?
No, ma'am. That's it.
Okay, so public comment is closed. Now we'll go to 12.
We'd entertain a motion on the resolution.
I get lost when she starts talking math. I just do. I didn't do that well in school with that. All right, so anybody want to make a motion? Public comment? What do you guys want to talk about?
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
I could second.
Okay, Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Now on to 12.
Now 12.
We're on to tab 12, which is Roman numeral 9G. It's a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, approving a First Amendment to Grant Agreement Number 3243 between Monroe County on behalf of the Tourist Development Council and Islamorada, Village of Islands for Founders Park Beach Inclusive Playground to revise the completion date of the project to September 30th, 2026, authorizing the village mayor to execute the First Amendment, authorizing village officials to implement the terms and conditions of the agreement, authorizing expenditure of budgeted funds, and providing for an effective date.
Lisa, I pulled this, and
Okay.
I pulled it for one simple reason.
Okay.
Is that the TDC and virtually the DAC, the local DAC, approved paying for this capital project 100%, which was $597,000.
No, we got 497,000.
Right.
Right. Out of the-
Sorry.
That's okay.
Right, I remember now.
Yeah.
So it was, yeah. But the majority of the money, the point
Right.
is that there was a huge chunk
Yes.
of money that came to.
Absolutely.
And there was a presentation today by TDC, and they had figures of how much of their funds have gone to things that affect all of the county, and it was over the last 5 years. But I want to just take a second. Is marine and coral restoration, there was a little over $4 million Beach-related items, there was almost $12 million. Cultural-related things was $8 million, and fishing-related things was $7,500,000 that the TDC has put towards capital improvements or infrastructure or events.
That's excellent.
I just
Very good.
think the public ought to know stuff like that.
Good. And we will continue to pursue those funds. We've always got items. This year, we're requesting money for the pool to help us with the, renovation of that. But this amendment, all we're doing here, just so you all know, is just extending the use of these funds because we were not able to use them this fiscal year because we're doing the Founders Park master plan, as you know. And what they've decided is the playground equipment may be moved to a different location, maybe where the volleyball courts are. So rather than us go ahead and get that done and then have to up and move it, Maria just decided we needed to wait until that plan was finished and we know where we need to put it. So they've agreed to that, to extend it, so.
All right, thank you.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
I guess we open public comment because, excuse me, you pulled it.
Okay.
So Marnie, anybody want to say anything on this?
I'll make a motion to approve. Oh, I thought she
No,
said
we have no raised hands, no public comment.
Okay, go ahead,
Sorry.
Jen.
Now I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Marnie, please.
Councilmember Deb Gillis,
Yes.
Mayor Sharon Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Don Horton.
Heck, yeah.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay,
We are into the resolution section.
well, does everybody okay to continue on?
You want to take a break? or-
No, I'm just asking everybody else. What does yes mean? Want to continue on?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, we're good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump the gun.
That's okay. That's okay.
We're on to tab 14, which is Roman numeral 11A, which is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, relating to the Canal Restoration Program, imposing annual maintenance assessments for properties located within the Canal 147 area in Lower Matacumbe Key within the village, establishing legislative findings, determining that such real property will derive a special benefit from the canal restoration activities and the ongoing operations and maintenance thereof, and the reasonable apportionment of the assessment, establishing the terms and conditions of the proposed special assessment, including administrative and collection costs, establishing the amount of the annual canal operations and operation assessment for each parcel of property to be assessed based on the methodology set forth herein, directing preparation of the assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, and providing an effective date.
Peter?
Hello, Council. So as you are aware, the village is in the final phases of completing a canal restoration project on Canal 147 for water quality improvement reasons for the canal itself and its nearshore waters. So this final phase entails the implementation of an air curtain system or a bubbler that goes at the mouth of the canal to reduce the amount of weed that comes into the canal. So I did present on this topic at the previous council meeting in April. Just wanted to prepare you for a necessary next step for this project if we were to move forward with this new special taxing district or new assessment. And that step is the initial assessment resolution. So this would fund, this tax would fund the ongoing maintenance, routine maintenance and operating costs for the air curtain system. The village did acquire a grant which did cover the entirety of the project through construction, but it doesn't cover the ongoing maintenance. So that's what we would be asking for with this new assessment. So this initial assessment resolution, excuse me, it does do a number of things, and these are statutory requirements. So I'm just going to read through these so we cover them all. So it does set a public hearing for adoption of a final assessment resolution. So if the resolution before you is approved and adopted this evening, the final public hearing for this assessment, the final assessment, would be presented at the council's regularly scheduled meeting on June 10th, 2025. So the next meeting. The initial assessment resolution also describes the benefit area It describes the apportionment methodology, the maximum rates, and it directs staff to advertise the notice of the public hearing and to also send out those first-class mailings to all the offended property owners. Okay, so this is the benefit area for that proposed new taxing district. This is in between Atlantic and Lacera Lanes, Lower Matacumbe. So the affected property owners are all of those that you can see in that yellow rectangle there, all of those living on the canal. And there are 18 parcels on that canal, 2 of which are under the same ownership. So just some steps we've taken with this. I did present this at the prior meeting. I'm not going to dwell on this. I will just point out some of the statutory requirements that we did complete, which were to publish and run the notice of intent. That was for 4 weeks. And that was prior to the resolution of intent that was adopted by the Village Council. That was in November of 2024. So tonight, that's the next statutory requirement. It's the adoption of the initial rate resolution. If the council does approve that tonight, we will move on to publishing those notices to all the property owners. Then we will go forward with a final assessment resolution in June. If that's approved, then we just submit that information to the tax collector, and this will be on the new tax roll on November 26th. 25, sorry. Thank you. It is 25. I'm mad at myself. Thank you. Okay, so these are the rates, the proposed rates. I know it was a lot to condense onto one slide. I hope you can see this. But the way we have this laid out here these are the proposed rates for the first 5 years. So those columns, is this pointer going to work? I don't even know if you can see that pointer. Anyway, the first 4 columns, these are the next 5 years, the next fiscal years. And in yellow there, that's the 5-year annual, 5-year average rates. So let's just run through these and we can go have you a good understanding of how we came up with these rates. So there's 2 parts to these rates. First is the total operation and maintenance costs. And down below here, we have a breakdown of what those operation and maintenance costs entail. There's 3 components of that. First, there's an electrical cost, right? These are essentially air pumps. These are large air compressors. They're just blowing air through hoses. They need electricity. So we're assuming that's running 70% of the time, that system. The other 30% of the time, we can assume there's offshore winds. The pump is not on. So the estimated cost for a month of that service is $207. And multiply that by 12 months, that's $2,484. Now, we came up with that rate from getting a very good understanding of the folks at the Matacumbe Resort next door who have an identical canal and a very similar system to what we're proposing here. So we have a really good idea of the electrical costs. So the maintenance costs, that's estimated at $730 per visit, 4 visits per year. That number came from the contractor that does the servicing at the air curtain at the Matacumbe Resort. So we have a really good idea of what that cost is going to be. The replacement cost, we're also factoring into this new assessment. That replacement is $33,800, and it would replace the compressors, diffusers, other accessories, and labor. So assuming a 7-year replacement, the annual cost would be $4,900. So if we add those costs up, we end up with $10,304 for an annual operation and maintenance cost. So we just moved down. We also have some miscellaneous accessible costs. Notice in the first column there, the first year in 25-26, there are no costs. It's because the village funded this. We paid for this first year. Following this year, there would be a $2,000 consultant cost to our consultant that helps us and runs the assessment. We also have to mail out the notices. There's a cost to that the first year. There's a statutory discount fee. That's just to make up for early payment, so we have to cover that as well. So those total miscellaneous accessible costs, $1,626. So add those 2 together, we come up with $11,930. That would be for the first year. That's a total cost. There's 18 parcels, so divided by 18, the annual cost is $663 for that first year. The second year, it does increase a little bit because we are paying the consultant fee. There is a 3.5% increase for the operation and maintenance each year. That was advised to us. That's just a CPI or inflation increase. So that's why the fees or assessment increases slightly each year. Average annual rate over 5 years is $799. So we significantly reduced this number from the last time the council saw this. This is about as low as we could possibly do. We removed a contingency fee, which we were advised to have in here. We removed the village administration fee. It's quite a bit of work, obviously staff work to get this done. We pulled that out, and that's how we were able to reduce this assessment so much. So with that, I'm going to end. Questions, I'd be happy to answer them and open it up for discussion.
Questions for Peter?
I have a few.
Mike?
I guess.
Mike?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a few. Is it, you want to do it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask him.
So, Peter, when this first was presented to us, you would basically polled the neighborhood and you got a vote. Previously, I think it was 10 that said yes and 7 that said no and 1 didn't vote.
Correct.
At 5:02 tonight, I got I got an email, and one of the people that said yes changed his mind, and one of them that didn't vote voted no. So now you've got a 9-9 vote on that neighborhood. I don't know if that changes anything with the council, but it does, pose a little bit of a problem with me. Also, you and I talked about how shallow the entrance is of that canal, and the fact that with that bubbler down there, if somebody doesn't raise their motor on a low tide, or even the low tide, but especially on an extreme low tide, that it's likely that somebody's going to clip that bubbler. And so we're going to have something brand new, first nice low tide, and somebody's clipping that thing, and we're having to go back and fix it. Also, the grant paid for the first year, right? The whole thing, the whole installation, the first year.
It paid for installation costs, but it does not pay for any of the operation and maintenance.
Okay. And have you already gotten approval from anybody that's at the end of that canal to put electric or the pumps and the motors and all of that stuff on their property?
No, none of them agreed to do it. So we have approval from the FDOT to house the compressors on the US 1 right of way. So it just means we have to, it's harder, we have to run the hoses a greater distance, but at least it's not on anyone's private property.
So then we would have the motors up at the highway, you can pull the map back up. We would have the pumps and everything way up on the highway, and we'd have to pipe that compressed air all the way down the canal, under the canal, and in to that. Into that bubbler.
That's correct. The hoses would be weighted and rest on the bottom of the canal.
Mm.
Correct.
Right. Which probably means we're going to have a bigger pump, and it's going to have to pump more because it's pumping that whole
distance,
however many feet that is, of 70 feet times 9 or whatever, to get all the way out there too, right? So about 700 feet, once we get all the way out to the mouth of that canal. We're going to be pumping air 700 feet. So we're installing something that we think is going to break on a low tide when somebody's plugging it, when somebody's motoring themselves into the canal. And we got a split vote on the neighborhood now, according to this email, that half of the people don't even want this. Okay.
What do you do in a case like that, Peter? I mean, just go ahead and do it anyhow? I mean, do they obligated, do they have to pay?
Yeah. Once we approve this, the folks are obligated to have
That's
to
pretty
pay.
hard when it's split 9-9.
It sure
Yeah,
does.
this falls under your taxing authority under Chapter 170 under the Florida statutes.
So that sort of changes. Anybody else have anything they want to say?
I should say that if you're going to incur a special assessment falls under your taxing authority. Obviously, the other way you would pay for it would be through the general fund would pay for it, so it would be spread out amongst the entire community if you did it
I don't know
that
if
way.
that's right either.
I know, and actually, I don't know if y'all got it. I got a video today that was sent by the Mark Lewis. I've known Mark for many, many years, and he's the second homeowner in, and he actually does content videos and stuff for his business, and he did a really good. Did you get to see his YouTube?
I didn't.
It was a really good that he sent that maybe somebody's going to speak to about tonight, but he showed the same day the canal without the bubbler and the canal with the bubbler next door, and the same, basically the same amount of seaweed in those canals, one with a bubbler and one without a bubbler. So do the bubblers, I mean, the normal prevailing wind blows into both of those canals. Do they not work if the wind is blowing, let's say, 10 knots and more, and the bubblers work if it's 10 knots and less? Is that kind of how it works?
That's a fair question. So first off, the majority of the people that live on the canals that have these air curtains like them. They do feel like they work. They do feel like they're benefiting from it. And when the systems go down, I get calls because they want that weed blocked. So they're not perfect, absolutely not perfect. They always let some weed in. The wind speed absolutely dictates how much weed is going to get through. Above like 15-mile-an-hour wind is when you really see some weed starting to roll through. If it gets above 20, more and more is going to go through. But they're working pretty well. It doesn't block all the weed, but even if it's knocking back 80%, which it probably is somewhere around there, that's 80% less weed that's going to end up in the canal. And the depth issue absolutely is an issue we understand. We have that problem at the Matacumby Resort. People do hit them. But we try to prevent that through maintenance, which is what we're going to try and do if we install the system here. But that is a concern. Maybe we're looking into putting signage too that says trim your motor up.
You
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, Peter, is this one of these projects that is linked to another project in the future, like an injection well type of thing, or is this just strictly for the bubbling to help prevent the grass from going in?
So this project was linked to a backfill we did. We did an organic removal, got all the muck out, and then backfilled it. So this is coming in as the final component to the backfilling. The backfilling is helpful, certainly, but preventing the weed from getting back in and sinking and decomposing is important, too.
Yeah, it's obviously something that needs to happen. We've already spent a lot of time and effort on trying to clean this water up. This is the last step. How far is the pump from Plantation Lake Estates out to the point there?
Even farther. Yeah, so there is an air curtain system that was installed privately in Plantation Lake Estates, and it's probably twice that distance. Same system, weighted pipes going out. What the contractor tells me is it's not that big of a deal to move the air. It's not that much less effective to move it, say, 1,000 feet as it is 10 feet. I'm not an expert on that, but that's what they tell me.
Because it's air and not a liquid?
Right, yeah, it's not difficult to move air. The force needed isn't that great.
And the comparison to the entrances for Plantation Lake Estates and this one?
Plantation Lake Estates is quite a bit bigger. I would say twice as wide.
Wide, but the depth. I meant the depth.
Deeper at Plantation Lake Estates.
'Cause it's
definitely
off the
deeper.
lip.
Yeah, it's deeper. Yeah, it's pretty shallow at 147, but it's soft sediment. So we're looking into what we can do to plant those diffusers lower.
Thanks.
Sure.
Anna, do you have anything?
I just find it hard that if half of them don't want it, then I say we use the money, move the money somewhere else.
The sad part is that we've already done
I know.
cleaning and backfill. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
I mean,
If they don't want to keep it clean, then
9 do and 9 don't.
I know.
So that's a hard one.
Peter,
Ron?
can you clarify, are we required to do this by the state? Is this one of those projects that, are we required or not?
We're not required.
Okay.
Issue is, with our grant, the only issue, is there an issue with the grant? No, I mean, we're definitely not required. You know, we would have to give up grant money. It's not that big of a deal. We could probably move it to another grant. It's one of the stewardship grants. But we don't absolutely have to move forward with this. We're not penalized by the state.
So we haven't spent the money on the equipment yet. So, because it's probably a reimbursement?
It would
on the
be a
grant?
reimbursement, but so equipment has been ordered. Equipment has already been ordered. We haven't installed, but there absolutely has been equipment ordered. I don't know if it's all of it, but it's.
So we've already spent some of the money.
We've invested, but it's not a significant investment at this point.
At this point.
We have it in our.
But the grant would pay for that if we move ahead.
Right, it would.
And we had this on good faith that we had the majority of it. And it is a tag along to the other half that we already have done. I understand it's 9 to 9 now, but I'm of the mind that we ought to move ahead with it.
Well, you want to open public comment?
Yeah,
first?
sure, of course.
Whatever-
Let's listen to public.
Let's see what the public, or Peter, is that okay? We're going to open
Yeah,
public
just
comment?
one last thing on the grant. The air curtain component of the grant is a fairly minor part of that. The backfilling was probably 85, almost 90% of the cost, because that's so much more work.
And it wouldn't cause them to void the whole grant.
It wouldn't be a big deal. It'd be pretty easy to move that money. They're very generous and understanding, which is amendments.
Are you
they're
sure?
called.
That's kind of
I've dealt with them
unusual.
enough
Never
to know they're pretty amenable to moving money to another grant.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Marnie, you want to open public comment, please?
Sure. First up is Mark Lewis.
Good evening, good evening. My name is Mark Lewis. I own a house on 132 Atlantic Lane. I've been coming there since I was 3, so 56 years I've been coming. My grandfather built that place, and obviously it means a lot to me. So I've seen a lot of tide flow over the years. The weeds always been a problem, always been a problem. The video that I did produce earlier yesterday, I understand there were some issues about maybe some cybersecurity stuff. So we quickly stood up a website. If you guys want to watch it, you can go look at it. It's canal147.com. You're more than welcome to go look at it. And what I did is I was down here and I went, it was a windy day. In my basin, I'm second house on the canal. It was jam-packed full of weed. I said, you know what, let me go over and look at the Matacummy Resort Canal. And I took video behind the bubbler, their boat ramp, completely full of weed, and there's no mistaking it. And the issue is everybody in the front of the canal doesn't want the bubbler. We don't want to be taxed for something we don't want. Everybody in the back wants the canal, wants it because that's where the water gets stagnant. And I understand, I get it, but the weeds were there when they bought their place, right? So we feel that we shouldn't have to pay for that. It's just the way we all feel. Yes, and you're right, the vote has changed. I didn't know that there was one person that did not vote, which that was new to me today, so which is good. So the bottom line is, if you go and look at it, and I invite you to go look at today, I went to Matacummy Resort Canal, and Peter mentioned that that canal was, that bubbler has been put in. I talked to the, first I went to the back of the canal, completely full of weed. I mean, not just a little bit, completely covered. So I went to the front, the bubbler wasn't on. I talked to the maintenance guy, he said it's been off for at least 3 months. Why is that? So I went over to the Columbus Canal, completely full of weed. Please go look at it yourself. So the problem is we just feel it's not going to work. I've talked to one of my best friends. He works with South Water Management District. He advised me that they don't work for large vegetation. They just don't. So that's why we feel that it's a tax that we shouldn't have to pay for something we can see physically that doesn't work. And if you watch the video, you will see it as well. Let's see. So we're not in an HOA, but this was kind of pushed by whatever and I'm not, this is not what I do for a living. So, and there was a vote. And I do thank you guys for, coming in, doing the grant and dredging the canal. That needed to happen because after Irma, the canal's been packed full of stuff. So So that's where we sit, but again, I invite you to go look at the videos, real simple. It takes you a few minutes to look at it, and I invite you to go look at the canals on either side of us with bubblers, and you'll see for yourself that they're just jam full of weeds. It's unfortunate. I wish they did work. With tidal flow, each time, there's going to be a certain amount of weed that gets in, and there's going to be a certain amount of weed that doesn't go out. And where's it going to end up? In the back of the canal, unfortunately. So,
Thank you.
all good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I
Thank
think
you.
there's some other folks that we're going to chat to.
Yes,
So,
she'll
thank
put
you for
them
your
on.
time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Marnie,
Mark.
who's next?
Okay, we have a couple folks on Zoom. Let me first unmute. Let me get there first. Unmute Alexis. Alexis, if you could please clarify your last name and go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi there, this is Alexis Jacobs Cripps. I'm at 117 La Serra. I kind of have a pointed question towards Peter. Could you maybe clarify the arrangement that Metacumby and Columbus have? I just would like to know exactly what their homeowners on the canal are, how they're affected financially with those bubble curtains and how that might differ for us.
Peter, you're not supposed to give an exchange, Alexis. Just.
Oh man, okay. I had lots of good questions for him. Okay. I was looking at this from a whole, and we are not an HOA, just to piggyback on what Mark just said. This has made, honestly, some contempt between the neighbors. We now actually have a 50-50 vote of yes to no. I appreciate the dredging of the canal. I think that was a good thing. I think that was a big component of this. I do not think the bubble curtain will work. I would love for it to. I think it would be a great thing. But I also have been documenting myself for over the last year and a half, probably, between Matacumby, between Columbus, between our canal, and there is no difference. I have called on officials to say, hey, the hoses are kind of messed up. What are we going to do about that? And I don't think anything got done in a timely manner. It was quarters had passed until something got done. I also don't think that a wind vane is not as effective on US 1. And correct me if that's not right, but how is that a proper reading to figure out what the wind shift will be if it's behind houses on the highway? So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I also think the tide situation, when boats are coming in, they're just going to drag those weeds that are stopped at the front of the canal when the boat comes in. We've watched it time and time again at Matacumby. I wish it worked. I really do. I don't think it works. I think this is not how to go about this. I think there's enough people that are objecting it that we really need to reevaluate this. And if we can't do it before this, I think we need to reestablish a revote because there are going to be some unhappy people in a year. I think they're going to realize this doesn't work and what are we paying for, to be completely honest. And that's what I have to say about that.
Marnie, what is this young lady's name? Alexis, why don't you reach out to Peter tomorrow, if that's okay with Peter, and you can ask him all the questions you have, because
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that we don't just push you aside. I want your questions answered. And now, unfortunately, with the way we run these meetings, it's not the time, but I'm going to volunteer Peter to talk to you tomorrow, if that
Yes, ma'am.
works for
Thank
you.
you.
You're welcome. Thank you
And
very much.
Alexis, what was your address again? I'm sorry.
117 La Serra Lane.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marnie, is there anyone else?
Yes, next up is Mark Poole. Let me pull him up. Okay, Mr. Poole, you have been given permission to speak. You've got 3 minutes. Mr. Poole, are you able to unmute? I've given you permission to speak and unmuted.
Am I here?
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. I'm not tech savvy. Okay, my first comment is the numbers changed dramatically from the pitch that Peter Frezes dumped on us. And that's very disingenuous. Peter's done an excellent job communicating with us, but to change the numbers so dramatically the night before is just very disingenuous. And this is Peter Frez's little pet project. He pitched this on us about 5 years ago after you dredged our canal after Hurricane Irma, and we rejected it easily. And he's resurrected this. He just threw it on the back of this grant. And I'm really not prepared to respond because I'm a finance guy, and he changed all the numbers on me. I don't have a lot of faith in a bubbler itself. I don't have a homeowners association, and I just can't believe that this could be jammed down my throat like this. It's just so disingenuous. It hurts. It feels like the village is stealing my house from me. And I understand this is a more visceral and gut response than the rational, but you're establishing a special taxing district, and you're going to allow yourself unlimited increases. You say 3.5%, but it's government. I mean, Isla Mirada has grown your budget by 18% for the last 2 years. I don't trust you. And I had the numbers, but you changed them because the first numbers Peter pitched was $500,000 for the life cycle before cost adjustments, which brought it closer to $2 million for the 20-year period. Now, Alexis asked a question, and you dumped it. She wasn't asking. That was a rhetorical question because the bubblers on both sides of us were bought by the village, and the residents only pay electricity. We could do that too. If you think this is a good idea, we could do that too. I will pay for electricity. I'll get my neighbors to chip in. We'll pay for electricity. We'll do the same thing you did for everybody else. Give us the same deal. We'll do a bubbler if you really want to do a bubbler. Give us the same deal you did for everybody else. Don't carve us out and shit on us. I apologize. We just want to be like everyone else. I never come to these meetings. I don't care. If you treat us all the same and everyone's okay with it, I'll be okay with it too. But this individual has carved us out for elimination. He's making his own little fiefdom here. This is horrible. And again, this is from my gut, not from my head. Because you changed the presentation, which is disingenuous, but...
Thank you, Mark.
I'll yield my time. I'm done.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Marnie, is there anyone else?
A hand just went up, so I will leave it up to you whether you...
Go ahead.
Okay, hold on there. Okay, San SC 256, go ahead. Please state your name as well.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Samantha Sanchez. I'm at 141 Lacera Lane. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to hear all of us. Very quickly, I just wanted to back up all of my neighbors, and I agree with everything that they say. Us towards the mouth of the canal are opposed to this. We see, we're not going to reap as much benefit as the people in the back would, especially for me. I'm at the very end of the canal, the last house in the end, and I will personally receive, no benefit. And actually, it will be worse because all the weed that will be stuck there is going to be piled up right in front of my place at my nice view. Again, I to Alexis's point about the HOA and Mark's, and I'm sorry I missed what a couple of comments were before because my connection, but we've all have a general consensus that we should not be forced to be paying for something that we don't want, and also that has been shown that it doesn't work properly or isn't properly maintained and isn't going to be working well. Why do we have to pay for that if we don't want it? If the village or city wants to go ahead and pay for those maintenance costs, sure, do whatever. We're very happy for the backfilling that happened and all that, but we feel that it is unfair to be forced into the situation given, we didn't go into this homeownership in an HOA. And my family has been there since 81. There wasn't even a house built. My father and my uncle, they built it from scratch, designed it. I mean, we've been there since the beginning of time, since so many of my other neighbors have. And it's it's not sitting well with us. So hopefully we can reassess and reconsider what the decision was earlier. And again, like has been mentioned, it's now a 50-50, not a majority vote. And I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Marnie?
There is no one else.
So I want to ask Peter something. Do we pay for the equipment for, come on up here if you would, please. Do we pay for the equipment for other canals?
So there are 3 air curtain systems that the village did set up pre-Hurricane Irma, and they were demonstration projects, and the agreements were that the village would pay for the operation and maintenance costs, not the electrical costs. So we still do pay for the servicing, the operation and maintenance of those 3 systems.
Well, let me ask you a question. How many other canals are doing what this canal is supposed to do, paying for everything? None? Or would they be the first ones?
They would be the first one in the village. So this was a model that was set up by Monroe County. They've done it in other canals, but this would be the first one for the village.
And what is our cost, I'm sorry, Don, what is our cost if we were to pay for the equipment and this gentleman, Mark, who wants to pay for the electric, they did the electric?
So it would be the same as those costs I showed you. Of course, it would be cheaper. If
Of
the
course.
homeowners did it on their own, you wouldn't have the fees of the assessment. All you would have was the operation and maintenance fees, which would be the electrical cost and the maintenance and maybe replacement.
Don, did you want to say something?
Well, but there are other canals that the neighborhoods have, like the one up by the high school. They have a bubbler, and it's theirs, and they pay for it.
Right.
They
do it.
maintain it. If something messes up, they fix their own.
Right, and that, same as in Plantation Lake Estates, you're correct.
Plantation Lake Estates
So they
does
pay
their
for
own.
everything?
Yeah.
They do.
Wow.
Yeah, they did it on their own.
Yeah.
We assisted but they did the design, permitting, paid for it all, and paid for the service and maintenance.
And really, there's 22 lots on that canal, right? There's
lots, correct.
Yes,
There's
there's
22
22
lots.
lots. So would someone like the folks that are at 117, are they going to get 2 assessments, or are they just going to get 1?
We're assessing by parcel, so if they only own 1 parcel, they just get 1 assessment. That would,
So the folks on 117 they own 2?
the same property owner owns 2 properties, so
Yes.
correct. That's the only property owner that would have 2 assessments.
No, there's 22 lots and there's only 18 votes, right?
Correct.
So there's 4,
Yes.
there must be at least 4 that have 2 double lots.
That's right.
Did they get 2 votes?
Only 1 person got 2 votes. No, there's only 1 property.
That was Flancher's apartment,
Yes,
because
that Flancher is the
sits
one.
on 2 lots.
They had 2 votes. Exactly. It's the only one.
Anybody else have anything for Peter?
And so the design, just to let you know, the air curtain was designed by the engineers, not me.
Right.
This was engineered years ago. The best thing to do to complete restoration, put it in air curtain. So we're just doing what the engineers told us was the best methodology to improve the water quality in the canal.
Deb, do you have anything for Peter before I tell him thank you very much?
I don't think so.
Okay, you guys, anything?
Oh, I do.
Thank
Sure.
you so
I
much,
take
Peter.
that back. I take it back.
I knew we
do.
weren't going to
I'm
get off that
sorry.
easy with her.
So the one gentleman said that you changed the figures like yesterday or whatever, but you lowered the figure, correct?
Yes,
Because
we
you took out
lowered
some
them.
of the stuff that we had talked about
Exactly.
before.
Almost
So it's
50%.
not like we raised the number on them, we lowered the number that they would be responsible for, right?
We lowered it, and I could see how that would appear disingenuous, but the rates we came up with was what was advised to us by the consultants
No, I understand
who are
that, but
experts. So we reduced it against the advice of our consultants. The village would likely be paying to make up any differences, but as you know, the council wanted at the last meeting, we did lower them to about baseline. And
That's all I was trying to
Okay.
get at, is that we didn't,
Okay.
it's not like we added a bunch of figures
Right,
in.
right.
We took money off of the plate
correct.
for them. It added it to the village, most likely, because they were contingency fees and whatever, but,
Can I ask one?
okay, well,
She done?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I'm done.
Go ahead, Don.
I don't want to put you on the spot, Sue, but is your canal, do y'all pay for your canal? For the operation and maintenance?
That's one of the ones the village pays for.
The village pays
Yep.
for that?
Yes.
And Sue, you shook your head when Mark said your canal was full of weed. Your canal's not full of weed right now?
Well, I think that. On the
Yeah,
mic,
if you would,
please.
on the, I don't mean to put you on the spot, I want to try to get,
I think the problem is that when you have strong winds, it's hard to keep the weed out.
Right.
We've had extraordinary winds recently, and so I hate to see you make a judgment based on a condition that's not something that happens all the time. Our weed curtain works fine a majority of the time, but there's weed in it now because of the strong winds we've had. And so we have a person that can control when the weed curtain is turned off so that when the tide is going out, the weed will go out.
Okay.
And I've noticed, because I live near the
you're right there, yeah.
that they haven't been turning off the curtain for the weed to go back out during when the tide is going out.
Right, okay.
And the wind is so strong that,
It
the
overrides
last
it.
weeks, it's been awful.
Yeah,
Thank you, Sue.
it has been.
And Marty, anybody else?
Let me double check Zoom one more time, but I don't believe so.
Peter, did you want to come back up here? I thought I saw you. I thought I saw him. I thought I saw him raise his hand and then he put it down. I wasn't sure. I didn't know if you were bolting for the door or what was going on. So I had to ask.
There are no more speakers.
Okay. Public comment is now closed. Okay, council. Where do you want to go from here? Anybody have anything?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I guess not.
I guess not. All right, does anybody have a different motion?
There's only two choices.
Is it possible to do it for 1 year and just see how it's going to work and feel it out that way?
What do you do with the bubbler after a year?
Yeah, I know.
you've
Can
spent
we?
the money.
I
Here's a
don't know.
used bubbler. Here's a used bubbler.
I mean, it's what Peter wants to do is good for that canal. It's good for the environment.
But it's such a hard, because it is split. It's very hard.
It's split in the neighborhood, and I mean, I don't know.
Does it make any sense to bring the neighbors into a town hall to kind of talk about this and maybe kind of reevaluate? See if we can get more of a majority or consensus even?
Peter, do you have to have this decision tonight? Is it that imperative that we tax these people on a special taxing district?
To get it
when
to
half
the-
of them really don't
Yeah.
want it, and we're saying that 40% of the time it's not even gonna work?
Yeah, you could choose whatever you like. It's completely up to you. It's fine if the council doesn't want to move forward. The one thing is there's requirements for time for setting up a new assessment. There's statutory requirements. So I don't think there's time to do what you're suggesting. It's a great idea, but if we don't have a vote now, I need to start working on this tomorrow. To start setting up the letters and the noticing. We'll start that tomorrow. So we don't have time to put it off for more public meetings. You can vote no, and then we bring this up next year.
The hard part is we're dealing with money.
Yeah.
And, times are already tough enough, and now we're going to force people. That's where I'm having a big problem.
Me too.
Sharon.
No. Yes, John?
I would say, if this were to pass tonight, there will at least be one more public hearing, which would be at the June meeting. There is a statutorily required final decision that you all would have to make. So it wouldn't be a town hall type unless we were able to get a town hall together between now and then. But there will be another hearing with the final assessment resolution if this passes tonight at the June meeting. So if you wanted to do that, then maybe we could make sure to get the word out to get everybody here, or as many as
All of
possible.
those people here?
So that would be at this resolution calls for that final assessment hearing to be at the June 10th meeting.
I'm stuck on it, that it's 9 to 9, and I don't see where a
Yeah, me
meeting's
too.
gonna
So-
change. Just, let me finish, please.
I thought you were done.
No, I'm not
Sorry.
done. You know, just to get them to change their mind in a couple of weeks, to me, I don't think it's gonna happen. So now you can go, Deb.
Okay, so the only thing I can relate this to is the sewer issues years ago. There was absolutely very few people that wanted that done, and at some point, the council has to decide what is best for our environment and what is best for this town, and those are hard decisions. At least this is a 50-50. I would suspect that the night we were making some of those sewer decisions, it wasn't quite 50-50. It was very strong. I believe that this is the end of a process for this canal, and that what Sue is explaining to us is that there's, and Peter has said this too, is that there are winds that are going to override all of this. And there's nothing that will correct that. But the majority of the time, that it would be good for the canal.
Okay, Don, do you want to say something again?
Yeah, but the difference is, we're taxing just this canal.
Yeah.
And there's 3 other canals that are that are getting the same service and not getting taxed. So when we did a sewer assessment, we assessed everybody in this town, everybody. But there's 3 canals in this town that are getting the same service that these people are going to get, that are not getting taxed.
And then there's others that are paying for it 100%.
But they did that on their choice.
Because they did it as a
They
group.
did it themselves.
I know.
So
I understand
let's
that,
leave
but-
let's leave it up to the people on this canal, that
Well,
if they really want.
if you had a vote, and I made a motion, and it did not pass, so somebody else can make it, or you can pick mine up.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to deny it.
Okay, do I have a second to deny?
I'll second.
Marnie, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Anna
To deny.
Richards,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton,
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
I don't know what he was doing.
I said no, so, yes.
I'm confused.
Sorry.
okay. Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis,
No.
and Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes,
The motion passes 4-1.
and if they want a bubbler, they can get together as a neighborhood and get it, since everything else is done. I mean, I'd feel better about that. I don't want to tax somebody,
I
so.
mean, who we heard from were very clear, and for the
Agreed.
others that wanted it, I would have liked to have heard from them, and yeah, perhaps they can get together
I agree.
and find some funding.
Maybe the
Okay.
neighborhood can do it just like the other couple have done.
Okay. All right, moving on to tab 15, John?
Yep, tab 15, which is Roman numeral 11B. This is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, approving the renewal of a Nutanix software licensing and support, including the NCI security add-on from SHI International Corp. for disaster recovery and business continuity, authorizing the village manager to execute all necessary documents, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Vince?
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
A language I don't understand, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
this is a continuation of the project we've been working on since our previous disaster recovery went in end of life. This is just relicensing the old hardware to be our disaster recovery site. In all the research I did, this was the most economical way to do it. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'm here.
You won't have any for me because I don't understand. Anybody have anything for Vince?
Is there public comment?
I'm going to do that after we're
Yeah.
done. Anybody have public comment for this?
Let me double check on Zoom. I don't believe so.
All right, council?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Marnie?
Okay. I was looking on Zoom, so can you please repeat who made the motion?
Don and Deb. Don was first, Deb was second.
Thank you so
It's
much.
Anna.
Oh my God, you guys are all starting to look like one person to me. They're starting to look like one person to me.
Wow.
Okay, Vice Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
The motion
Thank you,
passes
Council.
5-0.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, 16 is pulled, correct, or not ready?
No, it was, 16 was going to be limited only to the personnel policy, not the administrative, let me get the right word, the administrative procedure related. So it was solely the personnel policy that was going to be proceeded
Got
on.
it.
So 16 is also Roman numeral 11C. It's a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, adopting an updated village personnel manual, policy manual, authorizing village officials to implement the terms and conditions of the personnel policy manual, and providing for an effective date. So the exhibit to this resolution, if it were to pass, is on the, well, I was going to say the third page, but I see these are double-sided, but the third full page where it shows Islamorada Village of Islands Personnel Policy Manual 2005, and not the administrative procedure thereafter. That is something that we will bring back.
Okay, so, Madame, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. It's been a minute since 2018 since we've had an update to our personnel manual policy. There are some updates and regulatory type issues that we needed to get in place, but we also did a complete reformat of the personnel manual so we can have links to those required laws, so we don't have to come back to you every time we have to make a change to something that's required by federal, state, or local law that would impact the policy. That's the most significant, was the reformatting of the old policy manual.
Okay.
We did add some introductory ethics, code of ethics to the beginning of it. I did add some administration under the introduction that the administration of the personnel manual is the human resources director by way of the village manager. So that's just some policy language. There's the Safety and Private Spaces Act was something that was brought into legislation in the last couple of years. The smoking and use of tobacco, that portion of the policy manual was updated to reflect the resolution that was passed by council for no smoking on any village property or in any village vehicles, buildings, the beach, the parks. You'll remember the resolution was passed for smoking by the parks. We didn't really have a working remotely or telecommuting section, so that's an addition. I do want to highlight, there's a few things that I'm pretty pleased to say that the Employee Engagement and Employee Experience Committee was positive about, and one of those is the professional licenses and certifications incentives. That is an impact to the budget because we will have to budget for those licenses and professional certifications that we currently don't pay or incentivize employees to hold. It is in line with Monroe County. They do have a licensing and certification program. The firefighters have it for certain licensing and certifications. So this just goes to the performance review or non-collective bargaining employees as well. So it's a little different than theirs, but pretty similar. The vacation leave and rollover and cash out, that is something new. That is a benefit for employees that have a lot of vacation and are not able to take their vacation instead of losing vacation at the end of the year because we do have a cap. Instead of losing that vacation, they would have the ability to roll it over or cash it out for good holiday fund. And we do have long-term employees that have a lot of vacation that they have accrued that they don't typically take. So this is a benefit to those employees. It costs literally nothing because we've already budgeted those funds. So it's a zero budget impact because it's already budgeted for their annual salary. The sick leave transfer is just basically including that. It used to be a resolution that was an attachment to the old policy procedures. So we're just including that now. We did add the addition of education reimbursement. So that is adding for tuition reimbursement for a college degree program that is applicable to the job that the employee is either has currently or is planning to, for succession planning moving into. So if they start a degree program, they would come to the village and we would approve it. They would get reimbursement for a certain percentage of that tuition, and then it's just another thing to get employees encouraged to them for additional training and making themselves better. The note at the bottom for the administrative procedures that are referenced in the manual, we did have more discussion about that today. There are going to be certain administrative procedures that are basically just saying how the policy is to be carried out or administered, because the policy is just the policy statement, and then how you actually implement that policy would be under these administrative procedures. The administrative procedure for the complaint against charter officers would be something that would have to be not just at the manager level as approval, but would come back to you all because you're included in that. So it would be that one in particular we will bring back to you. But as far as the other two that are in there, which is the travel reimbursement and the education or tuition reimbursement, those two are more administered at the manager level. So.
Great.
I know that I really rambled on. It's getting late, so if anybody has any specific questions.
Anybody have anything for Jamie?
Nope.
When's our handbook coming out with all that stuff in there?
All that good stuff.
All that good
Unfortunately, you're a charter officer, and that's in the charter, so if you want benefits, you
Yeah.
just have to,
Marnie, is there anyone for public comment?
Double checking on Zoom. No, ma'am.
Okay, council, you have any questions, thoughts, where you want to go?
I think it's a good job you did on this,
Thank
Jamie.
Thank you.
I like it a lot, and I'd move to approve it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Marnie, will you please call the roll?
Council, excuse me, Vice Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, good job.
Thank you, Jamie. Excellent.
Really good job.
Okay, John, tab 17, Terry wants something again.
Yep, 17, Roman numeral 11D, a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Mirada, Village of Islands, Florida, piggybacking Sourcewell Co-op contract number 11302-SUT, and approving the purchase of a Sutphen F-Series pumper truck from South Florida Emergency Vehicles LLC, authorize the village manager to execute necessary documents, authorize the village manager to expend budgeted funds, providing for piggybacking of competitive bid, declaring the 2013 Sutphen Shield custom pumper as surplus property, authorizing disposal of the surplus property, and providing for an effective date.
That was a mouthful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good job, John. What you have before you is us saving our spot in the build line for Sutphen trucks. During the strategic planning process of last year's budget cycle, we started doing some calling around just for pricing on and timeline on vehicles. And we realized that the build process for trucks has gone up exponentially. We're at about a 42-month lead time. From the time we say, sign a contract, build me a truck, it's 42 months now. That is slightly down a few months from during the budget process. It was 46, 48 months there at that point. So that being said, I have one truck that was built in 2013. It is going to be reaching end of life in the next 3 to 4 years. So in order to stay ahead of that curve and not put an order in to replace a truck when it's already a maintenance nightmare and becomes unreliable, what we're trying to do is purchase it now so that we have a good truck that we can stay operational until we replace it. If at said time when the new truck comes in and the truck that we are going to replace is still not a maintenance nightmare and it's still reliable, we'll utilize that as a reserve truck, kind of like we did with the ladder truck when we purchased that and we took delivery back in 22. We utilized that for 2.5 years as a reserve truck when our truck went down for maintenance or for training opportunities, stuff of that nature. So we are piggybacking Sourcewell, as John mentioned in the resolution. We're replacing a 2013. Keep in mind, we will not see this truck until the fall of 2028. So you're making a commitment now to save our place in line so that we get in the build process to procure that truck. I'm sorry, Councilman Horton and Councilwoman Richards, I did misspeak at our briefings, and there is a typo in here. We did actually allocate funding this year in our budget for $300,000. I didn't think it actually made the cut with everything that was going in, going out, and everything. I verified this week, and it actually does have $300,000 in there. Concept being, we set around $300,000 this year, $300,000 next year, $300,000 a year after, then an additional, $108,000, and then we can procure that truck on year 4 when it does take arrival. So instead of taking one large hit all at once when we take delivery, there is no cost. There's a 5% cost savings, but when you're looking at $1 million, 5% cost savings to pay it up now, and the people of the village not have $1 million is kind of fiscally irresponsible at our current status. So we're opting to pay when we take delivery. That said point, there is a $15,000 savings if we pay within 72 hours of delivery to our manufacturer that is in Fort Myers. And at that point, once he gets it, we'll see that truck in about 2 weeks.
Council, anything else for Terry?
So we actually have already started the process of putting money back to 300,000 is what you're saying?
This year, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And that'll roll next year, and then come this year's budget process, in
And-
the summer, I'll allocate more, and hopefully I'll get it
And the
approved.
decision tonight is really how to budget that money out, whether we're doing it every year or whether we're going to wait and come up with a lump sum at the end or
No,
divide it
ma'am.
by 3
No.
years.
Our
or-
decision is to approve the purchase.
Tonight is
To approve the
to
purchase.
Yeah.
to approve the
I
purchase.
didn't read it that
The
way.
money's
To save
already
our
been
spot in
budgeted.
line.
Yeah. That was done last year. Anybody else have anything?
Nope.
No? Any public comment, Marnie?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so Deb, do you have anything else, or you want to make a motion?
No, I'll make a motion to purchase, and I was going to make a motion to spread it out 333 and 190 or whatever that map is.
That is absolutely the concept, ma'am.
That's what we,
Yeah, that's what he
I'll
said he was
second.
doing.
all right,
I'll second
Marnie, please call the roll.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Ann Richards?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Thanks, Terry.
Yep, we are into ordinances. This is an ordinance on first reading. It's tab 18, Roman numeral 12A. An ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Section 2-332, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. This is a draft based upon direction at the last council meeting that would make uniform the appointment date for village boards so that they all take place in May. Currently, there are some things that are uniform, including that they're 2-year terms and that they're staggered terms. We do not have uniformity in terms of the date that it is appointed. In our council briefing, Councilwoman Richards also raised the prospect of potentially including one more item which would make it completely uniform in that to make it similar to the LPA, how no board member can serve more than 2 consecutive terms unless he or she receives a supermajority or 4/5 vote of the council for additional consecutive terms. I have drafted language that roughly mirrors that from the LPA that would make it uniform, and I can read that if you all would like, or we could you could approve it with direction for me to include that, and I would bring it back on second reading with that language. The Historic Preservation Committee also has a line in their section of the code that says that all provisions of this chapter and article relating to village boards that are not inconsistent with the provisions of the Historic Preservation Committee apply. So if we make these changes here, they would also automatically apply in the Historic Preservation Committee section of the code as well. So I guess to sum up, the proposed ordinance keeps staggered 2-year terms, and then would add a May appointment date for all boards. And then obviously there's a contingency if we're not able to meet in May or can't appoint for some reason, it continues until the next board meeting or the next council meeting, because obviously we need to have boards. And then it would also, with the suggestion of Councilwoman Richards, if it's the will of the council, would include a supermajority for more than 2 consecutive terms.
I think that was your stumbling block, huh, Deb?
Yes, but it's just the opposite of what she suggested.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would suggest that we remove that from LPA, and they're volunteers. If 3 people don't want them on council, they get voted off, and the other way, it's 4 people have to vote them on council. 3 people saying that they want them would not necessarily seat that person.
Oh, that's fine. Don?
What I was also trying to do is get them alike, and I would just like to do away with the supermajority.
Don, how do you feel? Here's a surprise. Anna?
We have a record date here.
I just wanted consistency across the
Yeah.
board.
Yeah, I think, and then, in that suggestion, removing the LPA requirements might be the easiest thing to do than to uniform all the rest.
No, it's making it all the same. It's, LPA says it's done in May.
Okay.
The rest of them had no
I'm just
rules,
trying to-
basically.
No,
Now-
we're
Okay.
talking, yeah, I know what you're talking.
They all get done in May, and I'd like the 3 people and not the supermajority.
Not the supermajority vote.
That's
I
not
don't
a
care
big
about
deal.
that. I just
Yeah.
want consistency
So do I.
across
Yeah.
all of them.
Are we all good with that?
All in May.
Okay, and then I did have a question, just the way it reads about the vote in May. I assume that if we lose somebody in September, that if we choose, we could replace somebody, one person in October or November, if we have
To
that.
fill the remainder of the
To fill
term.
the, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that it doesn't have to sit open until the following
No,
May.
it already says that in
Correct,
there.
yeah.
I didn't think so, but I just wanted to clarify.
Okay,
Okay, I would like to remove
wait.
that supermajority.
okay.
So the LPA, to remove that, I will need to bring a different resolution, different ordinance back to address that, which I can do. That very simple, obviously, just
Can you
strike
do it
that
by
through.
Thursday?
No, we would need to notice it. So but, and I might even have to go to the LPA for that since it's in our
Yeah.
LDRs.
Oh.
But it doesn't mean we can't do it, that it can't get done. It would still apply for your appointments tonight.
Okay.
That's what I was going to ask. So
yeah,
we
it-
still have to do the supermajority
Yes,
tonight?
definitely would have to for the ones tonight, because that would be an ordinance change, would require 2 readings, so we're really looking at July at the earliest to remove that from LPA. So that would just, it's just something we'll have to deal with, at least for this year, while we're going through that
Okay.
process.
Okay, so we need to open public comment
Yep.
first. See, I know what I'm doing now. Is there any, Marnie?
There is none.
Okay, so then, if we have to do the supermajority for the people that we just did, are we doing that tonight or moving that to Thursday? Since we don't have a lot on Thursday.
You could do it either way. I mean, I know
Yeah,
that.
but we need the supermajority for the ones that.
Well, we don't know how
We don't
that
know
vote
yet,
came
though.
out.
Oh, she knows.
Yeah.
I've heard
Yeah, but we
Jennifer's
haven't
known.
done that yet.
Jennifer knows. I've watched her. All right, so do I have a motion then for
this ordinance?
for the ordinance?
I'll make a motion to accept with the corrections.
Well, it's, so the one, it doesn't currently have the language about the supermajority, so it would be just a motion to
Okay.
approve as written.
Approve as written. I make a motion to approve as written.
There a second?
That's fine. I'll second it.
Okay, Marnie?
Councilmember Deb Gillis,
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton,
Yes.
and Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And then I will also bring back an ordinance for you all to consider to remove that section in the LPA provision.
Okay, so are we going to vote on the committees now? Or are we done, or?
She just.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is she
Survey
going to
says-
tell us?
Survey says.
There's-
Yeah, she has, I know she's holding over there.
There's also one item that Ron has in terms of under motions
Oh.
with regard to the
right.
deputy manager.
Sir?
Motions?
Yeah, it's for a deputy manager. I thought it'd be advisable to have a deputy village manager in case I'm out of town, for example, at League of Cities, and something came up that you needed an acting village manager. I thought that last meeting y'all recognized the excellent job that Sheila did as the interim manager, and so I thought she's a logical person to be the deputy manager. So I've talked to her. Her duties would basically be just to fill in if I'm out of town, but also to kind of be the eyes and ears with staff because people are comfortable with her. And I could have done it without bringing it to council. I thought it was important to have the council give the blessing to Sheila because she's done a great job in the past, and I'm sure she'll do a great job as the deputy village manager.
I would say
I agree.
from the legal standpoint, Ron has the ability to make that appointment. So I would say from the legal standpoint, this is largely ceremonial, that
So
we're here.
you want a motion or you don't want a motion?
Yeah, I mean, Ron is at, yeah.
I'm
he's
asking for a motion just to
yes.
kind of make it official. And
100%
Sheila's here.
approve. I mean, 100%.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Sheila.
Oh, we do need a motion?
That's what he
That's what
said.
you just
You don't need a motion, Ron's
That's
asking
what I
for
thought.
one.
He's got- You want one, Ron?
Oh,
Yeah, it's a ceremonial, but yeah,
Yeah.
Ron's asking for it, yeah.
Okay,
All right, well,
Marnie,
if you
then,
want one and she did it, I'll second it.
Marnie
He already
ceremoniously
seconded.
called them.
He already
She already did.
Oh, you
You're
seconded.
slipping.
Okay.
We do have someone signed up for public
Turn up your
comment.
hearing aid.
Oh, I didn't think anybody
right.
would. Oh,
Public
okay.
comment?
Yeah?
Yes,
I guess
Mr.
so.
Wishmeyer would like to make public
Are there
comment.
Come on, Mr. Wishmeyer.
Somebody had to take Dan's place.
Oh, God.
I guess my question is, is this, you're saying it's a ceremonial type thing, so she would still be in the building department and not take on any more responsibility, or it wouldn't cost us any more money we wouldn't have to pay for the deputy secretary? Because I know you already have an assistant. And the only reason that I bring that up is when I brought up the fact that I thought that the building department was a little short-staffed to begin with now. In fact, we even had to pay MT Causey over $500,000, so I don't want to take away from her responsibilities there. But if it's just a ceremonial thing, just to fill in while you're gone.
I would say, when I said ceremonial, I was meaning the
Yeah,
council
our-
vote, not
our selection.
substantively
He
what
has the
she's doing.
authority to
And
pick
normally,
and
you're
choose.
not supposed to communicate, but I know you want to, so go ahead.
No, I just wanted to explain that basically she's remaining as the chief building officer official. I thought that was clear, but just in case there's any question, she's keeping her current job. This would just be additional responsibilities, which may not be very detailed unless I'm out of town a lot, which I don't plan on being.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Marnie, now we can call the roll if you want that, because if he wants that.
All righty. Let me get back to. Okay. Councilmember Deb Gillis,
yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton.
Oh, Steve did it.
Oh, I'm
Steve
Steve
seconded
did it.
first.
Thank you. Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes,
That motion passes 5-0.
thank you. So where do we stand on the committees? Are we doing it now or doing it later? I mean,
Survey says.
survey
Come on,
says.
let's see what it says.
Is there, what do you mean there's consensus? Let's arm wrestle, ladies.
All right. No, we're not going to arm wrestle. Too late for that. Jennifer would win. Okay.
Are we close?
Well, we do have some runoffs in some of the committees. So if you would like, I can tell you what the results are and where the runoffs are. If you would like to make,
Well, because of the time Don took before, he can take it home and do it.
So shall we proceed?
Go ahead.
All right. For the HPC, we have, would you like to know how many votes they had or just if they are?
Who's in?
Okay.
Just who's in?
Okay, who is in out of our 7 openings as Barbara Edgar, Tammy Gurgilio, Roland Moore, Gerald Cathy, Megan Skellen, Hake Pinder, and there is a runoff between Jason Richards and Roger Young.
I make them arm wrestle. How do we do the runoffs? I say we make them arm wrestle. How do we handle the runoffs? John?
I mean, it's really up to you if you want to do a
We'll throw the
vote
names in
based
there.
upon the individual, who's left. You can do it that way and see who ends up with more votes, or you can discuss it and.
Well, let's hear the other ones, because some of them were multiple.
Yeah, I was gonna
for-
say, why don't we
Yeah.
see who's on the other?
Yeah.
Can you just simmer down over there?
Yeah.
Go
Okay.
ahead, Marnie.
Moving on to the Land Acquisition Committee, we have Kevin Bates, Kelly Cox, Frank Derfler, Greg Dully, Tammy Virgilio, Michelle Robinson, Matt Turk, Alan Cockerham, Karen Allman, and Howie Arnold. No runoffs. In the LPA, we have a runoff, it's majority runoff. So we have Corey Abel and Tony Hammond, who would need the supermajority vote at this point to be appointed. But then we have, everyone else is basically a runoff.
They're all a runoff?
Oh, Tony got a supermajority because he got 4. My apologies.
So they're all runoffs on that one,
So-
except for 2?
There, these 5 folks there. Yeah, I'm gonna let Jennifer take this one. I'm typing all night, I'm sorry.
So Tony got a supermajority because he got 4 votes, and Corey Abel got 5 votes. So those 2 would get the 2 of the seats. And then for the final 2 seats, we had a number of people with 2 votes, and they were Matt Turk, Elizabeth Jolin, Greg Dully, Roger Young, and Gerald O'Cathy. So you would need to choose from those people for the 2 remaining seats on LPA.
Wow, okay. You want to do the rest of them, and then we'll backtrack?
On nearshore water, everybody on the existing committee remains on the existing committee.
That's it? There's 1 vacancy, I thought, no?
2 vacancies.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
but there was only 2 people.
And then
that
and then
applied.
Jason Richards and Joe Babineau.
Okay.
That's who's on?
That they're on?
And they're on,
Okay.
yeah.
You didn't say that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that, sorry. On Parks and Recreation, everybody on the committee stays on the committee. The 10 members that are existing.
Yeah.
There's no
So
vacancy.
no new members?
No.
The existing members?
1, 2,
Okay.
Not replacing Eduardo?
6, 7,
There's, he'd
8,
be
9,
11.
10. I
Eduardo's
count 10.
11.
How am I-
Yeah, but he was already on there, so.
There were 11
So
people on
it's only
Parks and
10.
Rec,
Yeah.
and there was only supposed to be 10.
Okay,
So that's why Eduardo's.
So that's why there's no
on it.
vacancy.
making sure.
And then on workforce affordable housing, we had Greg Dully, Paige Presnell, Anna Reckwart, Lee Christine Young, Scott Goss, Edward Price, Jennifer Roth, Dean Eakin would all get on, and then there would be, and Joe Babineau, and then there would be a runoff for 1 seat between Matt Turk and Whitney Trentine.
Okay, so we're putting Whitney in.
So we're
Was he
putting Whitney
serious?
in? Are you
Is that-
serious?
Is he serious?
Because he
It's a
already got
sister.
put on another one.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can argue with your sister, it's okay.
Whitney.
Okay, so Whitney, we're putting Whitney on.
And Marnie, can you give us the sheets when everything's settled?
Can,
An updated, you know?
Oh, yes.
we
right.
need to know who we're voting on is, I think, where she's going with
No, I
that,
was
right?
going on after we vote on a final thing.
Right,
We can vote
yes.
now if you want to, this is not that many, is there, to do? You want to do it now?
No, she just will need to explain to us again
Yeah, I
who.
want to go back and recap what,
Yeah, I need to recap who.
It looks like there's only 2 that would have what we're calling a runoff, which is the HPC, and with, there's 1 spot open with Jason Richards and Roger Young, and then the LPA has 2 spots open, and the runoff included Matt Turk, Elizabeth Jolin, Greg Dully, Roger Young, and Gerald O'Cathy.
see you raising your hand. Or are you doing a karate chop? I wasn't sure what he was doing. Hi-ya. Is it something important to say? Okay.
Right now, who is on the LCA?
Wait a second.
I can do the nearshore water and let Roger do the historical.
Okay, is that agreeable with everybody?
Near shore water, you're already, oh, wait.
Near shore water, he's on, right?
Yeah, he's on.
Yes.
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 So you're giving up historical.
So you're putting Roger on it?
So you're putting Roger on historical.
Okay.
He's on
So Roger will go in.
Roger on historical?
And you're on your shore, which makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so that
Okay,
leaves us
so
with
now-
just the last one, correct?
LPA.
Yeah, and to answer Vice Mayor Horton's question, those that are on, there are three that still have existing terms. That's Cheryl Culbertson, James Ryan, and Lori Lalonde. And then the two that are being appointed to the openings are Tony Hammond through a supermajority and Corey McGraw-Able.
Okay,
So we need
they
to just-
are
Four,
on the
five,
committee.
that's five.
Yes.
So out of the four, we only picked two that are left. You got that?
Yeah, there's five. Matt Turk, Elizabeth Jolin, Greg Dully, Roger Young, and Jerry O'Cathy. And you would pick two.
Now, how do we do this now? Just blurt it out, or can we have a piece of paper, or what do you want to do?
You can do it either way, whatever you prefer, as long as you write your name on the paper.
John Quick, I know.
told
we need
the-
that
I told the
earlier.
Councilwoman
You
Gillis,
need
I feel
two
like
out
a
of
teacher
five.
on this.
We need two
You
names.
need two.
Two out of
yes.
five.
Well, you want a piece of paper? You
I,
want to do it on
so I was
paper?
waiting for somebody to hand me something.
You got,
I don't have more of those, but we,
just,
okay, yep. We'll give you back your
Sure,
original.
no, okay, just do it on our original. And then it's Turk,
I'll wait till
Jolin?
they're all passed out, and then that way I can tell you who.
and then you'll have the completed list maybe on Thursday morning, you can
Oh,
give us?
absolutely.
Because I know he's going to be confused.
And also, you all, not to complicate it, you all are going to have to decide on staggering too.
I say we put them all in a hat and draw the staggering,
That
half
works
and
too.
half. You want to
Yeah.
do that?
I'm okay with that.
I mean,
I'm okay
so
with
if there's 10, we put 10 names in a hat, and
So-
5 get the 2 years,
And
and
you
5
can
get the
even
1 year.
just direct staff to do that, so you don't
I'm
have to do it
totally
here at the
fine with that.
council meeting.
You guys need to be doing something over there.
Do you want me to repeat who is in the
Well,
what we're calling
Yes.
the runoff for
Yes,
LPA?
yes.
Okay, so it would be Matt Turk, Elizabeth Jolin, Greg Dully, Roger Young, and Jerry O'Cathy.
Where it says
How
one,
about Howie didn't come into it?
Yeah.
and can we
Yeah,
move it
pick
over to where
two,
it says
and I would say, so that we can
in
differentiate
the
how
1
you
and
did
2
it.
year slot? That's what I was going to say. Move it to the 1 and 2 year slot.
No.
Your two
Oh,
votes.
well,
Okay, yeah, you can do it that, yeah, I was gonna suggest just doing it in a
Okay,
different
so-
one and maybe doing it at an asterisk or something that's different than how you.
so confused. I'm sorry. So the current selection that we have for that committee is Cheryl, James, Lori, Tony, and Corey.
Correct.
Correct? And the people who received votes but are tied are Elizabeth, Greg, Roger, and Matt,
And Jerry O'Cathy.
and Jerry.
Yep,
So we need to pick 2 of those 5.
correct.
Okay, I got my 2.
And where do you want it on this piece of paper?
No, I just did it on that.
I did it on that.
You're supposed to do it on your sheet.
I don't have to.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Is he not following directions again?
Yep, your
I've
name's
got
got to
my
be
name
on
on
it.
it.
No, I want it on this one. I know.
Swear to God.
I swear for God.
Was
He's deviating
was
from the system.
was Roger
Here,
on
take
another
your other one
committee?
back.
Yeah,
Yes,
historical.
Roger's on,
Historic. And Matt's on. You're on another committee. Matt.
No, he gave it up to
Roger's
Whitney.
on historic and Matt is on land acquisition.
Whitney Trinity.
We can,
Take your cake.
See, when I was in the LPA, you couldn't serve on another committee. I had to drop off of one
Yes,
when I went to the.
that happened, yeah.
You're terrible.
So Roger Young has a majority of votes. We do have a tie between Elizabeth Jolin and Greg Dolly.
Unbelievable.
Can you give us those sheets back again?
I got mine.
So now we pick one. And where are we putting this vote? Under years?
That way it's not confused.
Jennifer? Oh,
Everybody said it?
No.
under years, okay?
That's fine.
Only this crew can do that. We'll get it a dead end again.
Yeah, always, always. Well, it's 5 of us, surely it won't come out even.
I wouldn't think so.
There's only 2 names to choose from.
leave
If there
it
was
to us.
3 names, there would be.
Don, you have a writing candidate in this project.
A write-in candidate.
There you go.
Everybody says?
Okay, we have Greg Dolly has received the most amount of votes. So that would make the LPA Cheryl Culberson, James Ryan, Lori Lalonde, Tony Hammond, Corey McGraw-Abel, Greg Dolly, and Roger Young.
Perfect.
So we would need a motion to approve. Do you want me to read everybody again for the motion?
No, I think we're good.
Okay,
I
If you
move
need to,
We'll get it
up
on
to you.
Thursday.
I think we probably, if you guys know, I mean, it's clear in the record. I think Marnie's got the minutes for it. The only thing I would suggest, based on the staggering, is in the motion to include language that says, for any appointments not already staggered, that the council directs the manager to assign the terms by the drawing of names from a hat.
I move to approve with the conditions you said.
and I'll second.
Okay, Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Okay. Vice Mayor Don Horton,
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, we done? Yes? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.